Oh, my son, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen. Oh, my daughter, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen. To become a leader is not very easy. To become a man is not a day job. Everybody's ambition is to become a leader and to become a rich man. That is the struggle. So my son, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen. Thank you, my brother. God bless you. So my daughter, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen. To become a man is not a day job. To become a leader is not very easy. Everybody's ambition is to become a leader and to become a rich man. That is the struggle. So my son, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen.
You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lily of the valley, you are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of Judah, you are the pillar. Chickadee, you are the pillar. Daddy, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of Judah,
you are the pillar that holds my life.
walking the way.
You are the pillar that holds my life.
Hey, yeah.
Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds
You
my
are,
life.
you are the
Master
pillar.
Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life.
I said, Jesus, unibu kalabati sinduwe. Nibu kalabati sinduwe. Ojo biembe, nibu kalabao. Nibu kwa kalabano. Nibu kwa kalabati sinduwe. Ojo biombi ko nibu kwa kalaba. Chikadide nibu kwa kalaba.
Well, the big question is, who is Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Who is Nigeria's current president? The answer to that question has continued to take a different turn following what could be termed a truth-finding expedition by PDP's presidential candidate at the 2023 general elections, Atiku Abubakar. The transcripts of proceedings were shared on social media, leaving many Nigerians even more confused regarding the following, of course. Is Bola Ahmed Tinubu the real name of Nigeria's president? Due to his age discrepancies, what is his true age? Was he born in 1952, 1954, or 1955? And also, what type of certificate did Bola Ahmed Tinubu submit to INEC? And why did he not request one from the Chicago State University?
Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We're talking of a man who has a penchant for lying and forgery. He didn't start today. You remember that when he wanted to be governor of Lagos State in 1998, it's the same.
All right, Mother Patricia, Mother Rita, thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Set of lies, issues of lies. And at that time, when Chief Gani Fahimi of blessed memory, may so rest in peace. And now, I think with what Atiku has done, he can truly rest in peace. When he took him to court, At that point, Tokumbo Afikuyomi, who had nothing to do with the certificate, had to be made the fall guy. And I think that even affected his political career because he was a blossoming young man at that time who was growing politically. He had the clout, he had the friends, he had the political strength and everything. And he had the sagacity. Unfortunately, they tied into that certificate scandal and he had to be made the fall guy at that time. You know, nothing has changed about Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The issue is simple. Atiku did not go to the US court to search whether he went to the University of Chicago or not. After all, he didn't send him to university. We have no business with whether he went to the University of Chicago State University or not. That's not the issue. The issue is we are aware that he did not acquire a degree. And what is submitted to INEC was forged, fake. You understand? And he must have gotten it from Oluwole, somewhere in Oluwole. And thank God, coincidentally, one of his lawyers who represented him in Chicago, at the court in Chicago, his name is Oluwole. So interestingly, the issue is, even if you went to Chicago State University, somebody can attend the university and maybe to go there to sell either going and aggregate bread, or he could sell corn and beans. That is business. We are saying that, look, you do not possess a certificate. And that position has been validated during deposition in the courts in the United States of America. Under oath, the registrar of the university, under oath, you need to underline that, under oath, admitted that, look, the document is submitted to INEC. It's not their document. They didn't authorize it. Now he was asked again, he was further probed. Okay, what of the document, the certificate you gave to Nauru Esquire, a lawyer to Atiku Abubakar under subpoena in 2022? And they said yes. That certificate existed in their file. And they now ask, do you keep records of anyone's certificates in maybe photocopies or other copies? And the school said no. The only record we keep are records of uncollected certificates, uncollected diplomas. So it means that the owner of that certificate did not collect his certificate. That is number one. So if the owner, whose name is Bola A. Tinubu, did not collect his certificate, where did Bola Ahmed Tinubu or Bola Adekunle Tinubu get his own certificate from? The answer is clear and unambiguous. So
is this implying, Mr. Shaibu, is this implying, or alleging that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is different from Bola A. Tinubu that, the Chicago State University agrees attended their institution?
Of course, the FBI are going to do their job on Chicago State University, because even the transcript from the college, the high school he claimed to have attended, which they claimed the Bola Tinubu submitted to the university. The university didn't do what they call a KYS. They didn't do the thorough job, to check the veracity of the claims by the student. It has what we call sex, it's female. He claimed he attended government college, Lagos. Don't forget too that when Gani took him up in 1998, 1999, when he became governor in 1999 of Lagos State, he claimed at that time that he attended government college Ibadan. Now, when government college Ibadan denounced him, denied him, and told him, no, you were not our student, you have never been to this school, he retracted. And that is why we are not surprised too that while filling out his forms for the presidential election, he left the place for primary school, nil, secondary school, nil. That's high school in America. It's called the high school. Now, this time around, he used the certificate, a purported transcript from Southwest College. And the transcript says Bola A. Tinubu. What is letter A? Don't even forget too that we are Nigerians. I lived in Lagos all my life. Let me give you a classical example. My daughter's first name is Peniela. Her middle name is E, which is Eleojo, and it means gift from God. My name is Frank, and I spell it with a PH, which is P, and my middle name is Eleojo, and my surname is Shaibu, my daughter's name is Shaibu. My daughter is in a university in America today, not even by chance. You understand me? And the question is, so assuming but not considering that she is P.E. Shaibu, and I'm P.E. Shaibu, I will just, as a university, because you just see P.E. Shaibu, you believe it must be Frank Shaibu. The answer is no. You must do your check. You must do your test. Now, the university could not even ascertain under cross-examination what the A, which is the middle name of which your president calls Ahmed, what the A represents. Now, that result, purported result used in gaining entrance to the university in the first place shows that the sex is female. Not a problem. We didn't go for that. That was not what we didn't go on Fantasy Island. That's not what we were looking for. We knew what we were looking for. What we were looking for is the fact that did you issue in the certificate that is submitted to IMEC? The answer is no. If the answer is no, which they gave to us under cross-examination, what it means is that where did he get it from? Only of course. He clearly went to Government College, Lagos. In his form, the form that was given to us by the university, the Chicago State University. Now, a man says he went to Government College, Lagos and graduated in 1970. The same man did not know that, look, I am a teacher. I am a teacher and a school owner. In the first place, let me tell you something. He submitted an A-level certificate from Cambridge. Before you can do Cambridge A-level, you must have finished high school, minimum of 2 years. So if he said he graduated from Government College, Lagos in 1970, and his Cambridge A-level certificate is in 1970 as well. That on its own is a misnomer. It is mysterious. It is practically impossible for you to finish high school, that is secondary school in Nigeria, which is either grade from 5 at that time, because they spent 5 years at that time. Not now when we now spend 6 years, when kids now spend 6 years in school. Now, if you spend 5 years in college, that is in secondary school at that time, and finished in 1990, it is practically impossible for him to write the A-level Cambridge in the same year. Not possible. Don't forget too that Government College Lagos was not established until 1974. How can a man graduate before his school was established? Is it Jesus?
All right.
What kind of thing is that? It is. I want to authoritatively tell you that he will be thanking.
All right, thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. I would like us to quickly move on out of this. In case you want to watch the full video, you can go to News Central, and listen more on what they have to say there. But meanwhile, let's quickly listen to what OG Okpe have to say in a continuous saga concerning Bola Ahmed Tinubu forgery certificate in CSU. Thank you.
Nika Oji Okpe with stories trending around the world. Hello, Ginex.
You are back, Dr. Vati. Good morning. How are you? We missed you on Friday. How is it going?
I'm fine.
Good morning, Ayomide.
Good morning.
I have to call you every Monday. I'll call you Ayomide. I love you. Take that. Good morning, Rafai. How are you this morning? Perfect. Well, all right. All right. Good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project over the weekend faulted the warning issued to the Arise News channel by the National Broadcasting Corporation over an alleged violation of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. The Director General of NBC, Balarabe Ileila, issued the final warning to Arise, stating that the Commission had observed with concern the preponderance of incendiary remarks by guests featured on Arise News. One of the guests referred to in the letter is a spokesperson of the Labour Party, Kenneth Okonkwo, who appeared on Newsday on October. NBC stated in the letter that Okonkwo used derogatory remarks on air. Well, in response, Okonkwo, in a lengthy post on Instagram, described the letter as an outright infringement of his fundamental human rights as guaranteed by the 1999 Constitution, and that the import of the letter was to intimidate him and Arise News. While Serap has urged the NBC to withdraw the said final warning to Arise, otherwise the Commission will be charged to court. Well, in the meantime, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has alleged that the Tinubu administration has already perfected an elaborate and sinister plot to gag the media ahead of the release of the records containing the president's alleged criminal investigations by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. In a statement by his special assistant on public communication, Frank Shwaibu, Atiku stated that the Tinubu administration had become frustrated with the Chicago State University scandal and that it was planning a massive offensive in the coming days. Atiku explained that the threat by the National Broadcasting Commission to sanction Arise News was only a tip of the iceberg, and added that the NBC had been watching as Tinubu's media platforms like TVC have been constantly attacking him and have refused to even air opposition views. Atiku also stated that back in February, the NBC tried to show a bit of fairness and fined TVC for unprofessional broadcasts, including the airing of the Joint Media Directorate of the APC Presidential Campaign Council press briefing, where Festus Keyamo said Obasanjo and Atiku ran a criminal enterprise and an empire of fraud in Abuja. But that since Tinubu became president on May 29th, the NBC has become more partisan than ever. Over to you, Rufai. I mean, what is good for the goose is good for the gander, isn't it?
Sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
Yeah.
Real quickly. So, generally speaking, there should be a great deal of media regulation in Nigeria. But what I'll suggest is the way we are doing it is not the right way. In a country where you have a media regulation that directly has a direct line to the government, it's not going to give you a fair media. What we should do is have like a consultative forum where there's a chair anyway, but this consultative forum should have people from different interest groups in society, and they should be the one to review every decision and met out every action by the media regulators. With that, you have a lot of fairness. If you had seen, there's been a lot of articles written over the weekend as regards what happened to Arise and the final warning letter. Because I make bold to say, this is the same country we were in, that a state broadcaster broadcasted a coup on television. An election had not been completed. The acceptance speech of somebody was read. You wonder, didn't they have an editorial department? And it was broadcast on TV and we didn't see any big fines come down. The other TV station that was mentioned, I'm sure you know what happened. In fact, in the NBC letter, they said that in a 20 news bulletin or 30 news bulletin, about over 15 or 16 of them was for a certain political party. The opposition had no voice at all. Furthermore, in all of this rigmarole as regards the electoral process, the EU reports adjudge Arise to be the most fair and the most balanced out of all the media houses when you see the catchment as regards the disposition on who were given, which kind of view were given sides. And it's in the EU report. Go check me. Don't take my word for it. Go to the EU report. But most importantly, we have also had many faux pas. And I'll go back to the case of NSAS. I remember I did ask a very pertinent question. 3 TV stations were fined by the regulators under Mr. Armstrong Idacha back then. And I did ask, what did the NBC use to authenticate the videos that they say were not true, that were fake videos? Till today, there's no technology as regards that they came out in their position for. But most of those videos were verified by various verification tools out there because it was online, it was digital. I think what we should do is we should make a National Broadcasting Commission more independent of the government. Because you see, if you still have it in such a way that it's couched that the minister can just make a ring and says, oh, look at them, you will have cases of not being fair. Furthermore, they talked about the election campaign, they talked about the case of Dino Melai and all of that. I remember, and they said we put it back on watch. I remember how we berated Dino Melai here on What's Trending and said what he did was, but you see the fun, they don't see it. But a presidential candidate of a certain political party said all sorts of words like, oh, labor in vain, this one, just lie statistics and all of that. And it was shown on TV and we didn't see. A vice presidential candidate of a political party at some point called the sitting vice president ice cream seller in this country. We didn't see all of that. All we just want for is a great deal of fairness. But in this iteration of what the NBC is, you can't have that level except we have a consultative body that reviews every media decision in the country. Right. That's just it. But as regards the feedbacks we'll take our feedbacks and introspect. Conferences he made last week at the World Press Conference over President Bola Tinubu's certificate saga. In a statement last week, Thursday, the APC said the press conference lacked purpose and delivered nothing except the pitiful regurgitation of lies, mindless distortions, and deliberate falsehood and the infantile obsession with the academic record of Bola Tinubu and President and Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. However, the former Vice President and presidential candidate in the 2023 election says he will not back down from the Supreme Court until the Supreme Court delivers its final judgment in the case. So joining us now is Michael Achimogu, Senior Media Assistant to Aviation Minister.
Okay, I'll pause it right there. Do you guys remember this guy? This is the same guy that released series of audios during the time of the presidential campaign, and he was fighting Atiku, saying that he was one of the aides of Atiku in the past. You know, you guys remember he was in the exile that time, but now, guess what? He's back. He's now in APC camp. If you and I would think that then when this guy was fighting, he was actually fighting for a better Nigeria. He wanted Nigeria to be better. We never knew that we have many youth like this that is fighting for their own selfish interest in pretense that they are fighting for a better Nigeria. I've talked about this so many times. You know, when they have the opportunity to switch, they switch straight away. As we speak right now, this guy is now a special advisor to Festus Keyamo. He's now working for Tinubu and Tinubu camp, Festus Keyamo and co and all of them. This is the same guy. We understand they have always been against Atiku. That is not my issue right here. My issue here during that time, I thought he was fighting for a better Nigeria. But I was surprised today to see this guy on air. But another thing that will surprise you on this video, you need to see how Arise team, all of them, both Rufai, Abati, Ayo, how they eat this man, they eat him. The guy doesn't even have anything to say. Let's listen to this.
I want to talk about these things, SAM. Michael Achimogu.
Yes, sir.
Before you proceed, please check the private chat. I think Parley Fact, they're trying to interview Jay Cording on Hex. Check the private chat. Right. Live interview.
Just for full disclosure, you were the one that released an audio recording with the conversation you had with former Vice President Atiku Abubakar leading up to the election. So I see that you're working for Festus Keyamo now. So, I mean, what's your reaction to all of this matter?
Good morning, Rufai.
Morning, sir. Yeah.
It's nice to speak with you.
Bless you.
Yes. Yeah, for disclosure, yes, I was the author of the Atiku Gate saga. I was a former media aide to the former vice president. And yes, I now work with Festus Keyamo in the capacity that you have announced. I have always looked at this Chicago State University thing from just two perspectives. You know, the first is that the only authority that can verify the president's studentship and graduation from that institution is CSU itself and nobody else. I want to believe that that is why the journalists and the former vice president himself wrote to the school, because only they can tell, you know. And the second perspective is, what is the scope of the petition before the Supreme Court now? How will the Supreme Court interpret what is the evidence before them? You see, in these two scenarios, public opinion doesn't really matter much. And that is why, as an individual, I haven't really said much about it, because if you recall, the judge in the US did mention, you know, that they have received emails from Nigeria, but reiterated that ruling.
All right, guys. We have Jay Cording that I would like us to follow up with. This breaking news. Let's quickly follow up with the Twitter right now to see what they're talking about concerning Tinubu certificates. You remember Jay Gordon was one of the people that exposed Tinubu not long. We also talked about it here. Let me quickly bring his voice in. Let's take it from here together. God bless you all.
96.
Okay.
And then I was at CSU 97, 98, 99. I did not officially graduate because I left school early.
Got it. So on September 22, 2023, you stated definitively in your publication that Tinubu's certificate is fake.
What made you conclude that?
I could look at it. I've seen enough Chicago State diplomas. I have at least 4 family members that graduated from Chicago State. Many of my friends who I was there with, they graduated. I see their certificates almost every day if I go to their house. You know, certain schools just have a certain look to the diploma, and certain things just immediately will stand out at you. And I mean, the dead giveaway was obviously the year, the 1979 year. And then I saw the president, who was the president when I was there, and that immediately just made me laugh, because I was like, I know Elnora Daniel did not sign something in 1979. So I mean, it just immediately stood out. You know, it was quite obvious when I really looked at it. It didn't take that long, and then I looked over it more and more and more. And like I say, I cover Chicago State a lot, so I was like, oh wow, this could be, you know, a very interesting story. Let me just write something like this up. I did not know it was going to be as big as it was. And I have learned a lot about Nigerian law in the last 2 weeks, since this story has really broke. But basically, I could just tell right away. I think most people can over here in the United States, because you know what your school diploma kind of looks like. And you can tell when something is off about it.
So how did you get in? How did you?
Gloria, I'm coming. Let me just ask him one question that will just lead to a prelude. It wasn't on our list, but Mr. Coyden, how did you come to find out about this whole Tinubu issue? What was going on in Nigeria? How did it spark your interest? What did you read or something? How did you find out about this whole issue?
That was actually the question I was going to ask.
Oh, we're in the spirit then. Thank you, my sister.
Yeah, so
well
I
done.
actually had a source, one of my confidential sources. When I'm constantly looking for stories, I had a confidential source who said, hey, there is something big coming up with Nigeria in the court system in Chicago. And I was like, well, give me a little bit more detail. And they said, well, the president is trying to release records. So my source speaks English is not their first language, so a lot of it was kind of lost in transition, what they were telling me. So I thought they were telling me the president was releasing like music records, like he was a musician, like right, records. So I was like, the president of Nigeria is releasing records? Well, that's kind of a unique story. I don't know why he's going to court about it. But and then once I was like, oh, I started looking to confirm what my source told me, and I looked up the federal court, because I thought it was like a music infringement case or something like that. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. This is about academic records in Chicago State, not music records. And that's how I learned about it.
You probably thought he stole a Chief Keef sample or something.
Right. Right. Something with Kanye or something. I didn't know what was going on. And, you know, that's when I actually physically pulled up the case. I was like, oh, it's an academic case. Oh, it's about a diploma and a fake diploma. And then I was like, oh, okay, I'm all in on this one. So that's how I found out about it.
Interesting. And I'm just going to ask one question before I give N6 the microphone again. So in your write-up, you mentioned Dr. Neva Lubin as the president of the board of trustees on the fake diploma. Who was the president of CSU, or Chicago State University, in 1979?
The president was Mr. Alexander. That's what I have written in the Mr. Alexander. He was the first African-American president of the university at that time. And that's, you know, kind of why I knew that one off the top of my head, because it was such a big deal when he became president. And he became president, I want to say in 1975, just 4 years prior to the 1979 controversy that we're talking about today. Previously to that, all the presidents of Chicago State University were white, and they were white men.
Okay. N6, over to you.
All right, then. I want to also go into some details, because I need you to understand, Mr. Coyden, democracy was hijacked in Nigeria. And a lot of lies are being sold to the Nigerian people about this entire issue. Matter of fact, it is being heavily downplayed by the presidency to the point that they are actually coming out to say that there is no issue here, the certificate is not fake, yada, yada, yada. I really need you to know how serious this matter is in Nigeria and for Nigerians. So, my third question. Your write-up mentioned that Dr. Niva Lubin, listed as the president of the board of trustees for the CSU on the fake diploma submitted by Bola Tinubu, did not join the board until 1996. Now, could you help me provide more context to why this is a discrepancy?
So I can tell you it's a discrepancy because in 1979, Dr. Niva Lubin was a medical student at Southern Illinois University, which is in Carbondale, Illinois. And she was actually in a class with one of my family members.
So definitely she was not in any capacity to be signing anybody.
She technically wasn't even a doctor yet. She was still in the medical school at Southern Illinois University. And from what I was told, she was brilliant at Southern Illinois University in that she completed like her program, her medical program in 3 years. She was one of the very bright ones in that class. Dr. Niva Lubin also grew up in the same community that I grew up in Chicago. We probably were only like a mile or two apart. I did not know her, but like I said, she was in medical school with one of my family members. And when my family member read my story, they laughed and they called me. Because they said, well, you know, I went to school with Niva. I know where she was in 1979. She was literally with me in class. So, yeah, that's definitely a true story there.
So, random question, just a side question. Would you know if Dr. Niva Lubin is still alive?
She is still alive today. She's very active here. She just closed she ran a private practice for almost 30 years. What she has done now, she's kind of transitioned her career in that she's gotten into more public health and into more kind of political public health as well, political public health issues. She has recently served in the state of Illinois on our public health department. She had a role in helping to try to keep us safe during COVID. She was kind of part of that crew, but right now she does kind of like a lot of political lobbying. I know at one point
she's basically still alive.
Oh yeah, she's definitely alive. She's running for Congress.
Could you do me a favor?
So, yeah.
Could you do me a favor,
Sure.
Mr. Coyden? Could you help me trace this lady or reach out to her? Please make her understand that on the certificates of the president of Nigeria, who claims to have graduated in 1979, her name is signed on that certificate. But as at the time, the president of Nigeria is claiming that she signed that certificate, she was still a medical student. Please, if this woman is still alive, we would like to interview her, or you help us with this interview to please help us find out, or at least enlighten her, that her name is being used for such fraud today in Nigeria. Is this possible? Is this something you could help us with?
Well, she already knows. This story, you know, it's out here in Chicago. I've tried to contact Dr. Lubin myself. It's actually Lubin Johnson now. She got married, so her last name is now Johnson. I've tried to contact her. She doesn't want to really talk about this right now. This is what I'm gathering. I don't know if that means she is weighing her options and if she's possibly going to file a lawsuit, or I don't know if she just is not interested.
Tell her Bola Tinubu is a billionaire in
Yeah,
dollars.
yeah.
There is if she files a lawsuit, there's a lot to be made.
So I mean, everybody, you know, understands who they're dealing with here. I'm sure she's not happy about this. She could be just weighing her options right now, but I'm not sure. I have reached out to her. I've also tried to reach out to Dr. Elnor Daniel, but those of you who've been following me on Twitter and who are joining in now know that I don't have the best relationship with my former president. Because she herself, when she was the president of Chicago State, was doing some things that I was writing about with her. So I'm not her favorite person. And in the article that I just released in the last half hour, I go into a lot more details in terms of a lot of these scandals that have taken place at Chicago State that I personally know about, ones that I have written about as a journalist, and just ones that I have known about. So I definitely am probably the most knowledgeable journalist you're going to ever speak to on anything about Chicago State. Because frankly, just not a lot of the journalists here in Chicago cover Chicago State. They tend to cover more the University of Chicago. They tend to cover DePaul. They cover Loyola. They cover Northwestern. They cover the bigger schools. And I just have to be completely honest with you. They cover those schools because they are mainly white, and Chicago State is mainly black. So Chicago State does not get a lot of media coverage. And their student population now has also gotten so small. At last count, they only had 1,600 students at Chicago State. When I was a student there back in the late 90s, we had closer to probably 8,000. So you can see how bad of a situation it is for Chicago State right now. And obviously, this situation is not helping with their image.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much, sir. Gloria, let me just ask him the last question, and then I'll pass it off to you.
Okay.
So, thank you very much, sir. What you have helped us establish now is that one of the easiest proofs that Bola Tinubu's certificate is fake is that the Lubin lady who signed his certificate as at 1979 could not have signed it because she was even a medical student and way much younger and not in that position. So that has been established. Now, I want to ask you a question. Contrary to the information on Bola Tinubu's fake diploma, who then was the president of CSU in 1979, the actual name that should have been on an original certificate from that era? That's my final question.
Yeah,
Gloria,
from that era, you should see Dr. Alexander's name, without a doubt. He was, as I said before, I would definitely say it again to make sure that everybody understands this. He was the first black president of Chicago State. He was the first black president. We did not have a black president before he got there. So he was definitely the first black president. That's how we all know about him. Because when you go into Chicago State, just like many universities in the United States, at least when you're a freshman, you kind of have to go through like that freshman intake program where you get a lot of background on the school, a lot of history on the school. And just Dr. Benjamin Alexander is one of the names you just learn right away because they're going to talk about him an awful lot. So that's whose name should have been on a diploma from 1979.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Now, during a recent interview, you mentioned that you weren't surprised that the sacked Chicago State University president is involved in Tinubu's certificate issue. Why did you express this sentiment? And could you specify the president's name, please?
Dr. Elnora Daniel. Are you talking about the name that's on the fake certificate?
The CSU president who was sacked. You mentioned that you weren't surprised that the CSU president is involved in Tinubu's certificate issue.
I'm not.
Do you remember? Do you remember expressing that you're not surprised that the president is involved in this certificate issue?
That Nigeria's president? Oh
yes. Or no. The CSU president, the Chicago State University.
Well,
president.
no, I mean the university as the whole, not just the president. I'm not surprised that the university as a whole is not involved in this, and that is because the record keeping at Chicago State is not good. It's not good at all. It's complete chaos. So in the second story that I wrote a few days ago, I last week visited the university archives. The university archives is where you will have all the old yearbooks. You will have newspapers from the school. it basically, it's an archive and the history of the school. Well, when I went there, it was complete chaos. Stuff is all over the place. Nothing is in order. The old newspapers, for instance, are not being preserved correctly. So they're turning that yellow color. You know how newspapers will turn yellow as they get older and they sit out in sunlight.
Right.
You've got that going on. There was only one person working there in the archivist, and he just got there 2 months ago. And he's the only employee in that area. So just that tells you how they're running their operations at Chicago State. And so when I say I'm not surprised that Chicago State is involved in this, it is because I know how that university operates. And it does not run the way a typical American university run. It's very disorganized. It's got a lot of dysfunction, and you can blame that on the current board of trustees and the current president there, President Scott. But this is something that you see that goes from generation to generation with Chicago State. It's never really stable. Things are always done in the most difficult, arduous way. And so it does not surprise me that they would be somehow caught up, mixed up, involved in this thing, because there's been so much scandal there in the past. And I documented and posted that story today on just the number of scandals that I personally know about or that I've personally written about. And for example, they just had one of their professors who was also an interim dean. She just got released from prison a few months ago because she had stolen some money that was meant for the pharmacy program to help get more Black American and Latino American students into the pharmaceutical programs. They found out that she was stealing the money, close to $650,000 exactly. She was arrested by the FBI. She was charged, she was found guilty, and she was convicted. And she just spent 13 months in prison. So that when I say I'm not surprised, I'm talking about the school as a whole, because there is so much corruption that has taken place there. There is so much theft that has taken place.
Wow.
Just complete chaos and dysfunction. So none of that surprises me. And I'm not just saying that from a personal level. I'm saying it because it's been documented.
Wow.
So thank you for that insight. Are there other scandals and academic irregularities that CSU has been known for?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's one of the things that I wrote about today in my most recent article that people can read on jcoydenreports.com. The one I just dropped a little while ago. The title of it is My Documented Dysfunction of Chicago State. I can tell you about 10 years ago, they had an academic scandal where there were some students, I'm not sure how many, but there was a significant amount of students who had a grade point average below 1.8. So according to Chicago State's own policies, they cannot just register those students into class the next semester. They're usually put on either academic probation or suspension. There's some things that they're required to do before they can register again. Some of the students had a grade point average almost of a 0, which means that they were getting all Fs, yet they were able to re-register in classes. So this was found out by another news media organization, and the president at that time was a gentleman by the name of Wayne Watson. And they went to him and said, hey, how is this happening? How are these students getting in the classes when they're not even qualified to be here anymore? And so then they rectified the problem. My suspicion, though, is that because that was when the student population started to drop at Chicago State, that they were just trying to keep as many people in the school as they could because they don't have a lot of money as it is. And they wanted to keep, their student population numbers up so that they can continue to get money from the federal government, so that they can continue to get tuition money, even though many of the students there are on financial aid. But, if you don't have the students, you're not bringing in the money. And if you're not bringing in the money, then how can you pay your employees? How can you pay the bills? How do you keep the lights on? How do you keep the heat on? This is Chicago. In the wintertime, you have to have heat. There's always like something going on, but I definitely, know about the academic scandal as well. So.
Got it. Okay. Now, some may argue that transcripts are more recognized in America than diploma certificates. Do you agree with this?
Absolutely. Transcripts are what are recognized. So I think one of the things that people are not need to understand about American culture, your diploma is a certificate. It doesn't mean anything. If your employer is looking to hire you and they need proof that you graduated from an institution, they're going to request your transcripts, the actual transcripts from the school that you claim you attended, got a certificate from, graduated from, whatever. The transcripts are what do it. And here's the reason why. Because in the United States, it is completely legal to purchase a fake diploma. I'm going to say that again. It is legal in the United States for you to manufacture, for you to purchase, for you to have and put up on your wall. It is nothing illegal about that. It is not a crime. Now, if you do it and you get a job and your job finds out that you're really not qualified, they're probably going to fire you. They're going to terminate your employment. But it's not something they can throw you in jail for because it is not illegal. And so one of the things that I'm hoping for is that as this situation with the president of Nigeria has now come out, that our politicians, our Congress people will take a look and say, you know what, maybe we shouldn't allow some of these businesses to operate if people are going to use these false documents in other countries. We could be causing greater harm around the world. Now, that's me being very optimistic on our politicians, but you can definitely see by allowing these type of businesses to operate, what type of chaos it can cause in other countries.
Let me, Mr. Croydon, let me even help you with a bit more context. So just in case you want to speak to your Congress people about this issue. The Nigerian Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chapter 6, the requirements to be president of Nigeria, there are about 7 of them. But the last one says he cannot be president. Matter of fact, he can't even run for president if he has presented a forged certificate to the Independent National Electoral Commission. Such a person should be disqualified immediately. So you see, what you're saying, you take a fake certificate, you might get a job. It's not an arrestable offense. The job should sack you. Same thing. You took a fake certificate, you got a job as the president of a country. The entire country, the entire legal system of Chicago CSU is proven that the certificate is fake. The job should what? Disqualify and fire you, which is what you just said. So I need you to understand that when you're telling this to them, you need to point this out in context, that somebody went as far as running for the president of a country in Black Africa and rigged his way in. And this is why these things should really be addressed. I just hope to give you more context in your report. Thank you. Gloria, you have one more question.
Okay, so I was actually going to ask you, you've clarified that it is legal to order a fake quote unquote certificate as long as the job knows you're qualified. So you get fired if they see you weren't qualified in the first place and you just presented a fake diploma or a fake certificate. Now, I know firsthand that getting a certificate from a school one graduated from should not be that complicated. And I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt here because we're talking about 1979 as a graduation date. So that's relatively old. However, CSU was established, I think, in 1867 or
Correct.
thereabouts.
Yep.
So with the advent of digitalization, one would assume that getting a certificate, especially if you're running for, say, president of a country, should not be that complicated. It's something you can literally, all you literally have to do is reach out to the office of the registrar and make your request. So what is the process and why is it such a big deal to just simply get an original certificate to prove that this person attended Chicago State University? Why do we have to deal with a fake certificate, as it were?
Yes. So here is the process to getting a diploma or a certificate from Chicago State if you have graduated from there. It's very simple. They could not make it any easier. You go online, you go to the school's website, and I actually have it on my page for the story that I wrote about. You click on there and say you want to replace, you need a replacement diploma or you want to order extra ones, fine, whatever you want to do. Because sometimes people have their diploma and let's say, their house catches on fire or it was in the basement, there's a flood, they want to replace their diploma. All you have to do is go on Chicago State University's website. They have two different tabs. If you're requesting your undergraduate diploma, you use one tab. If you're requesting your graduate diploma, like for your master's degree, there's another tab. You fill out the information. It'll ask you like the year you graduated, your major, your name, little things like that. You fill that out, okay? Then you have an option at that point on how you would like to receive your degree, okay? So they're making it very easy for you. You can do a couple of ways. You can request that the university mail it to you, okay? Now, if they mail it to you, I'm looking at it right now. It costs $8, $8 American dollars, okay? 8. The number 8 American dollars. You just check the box that says, I want my diploma certificate that is currently on file mailed to me. $8. Let's say you want to order a replacement and pick it up. Okay, you can do it like that. They'll charge you $26 for a replacement. So let's say you didn't get the original, you want a replacement, it's $26. If you want them to mail it to you as well, the replacement, again, $26. So you can pick it up and have your replacement for $26. So let's just say, what President Tinubu could have done. He could have said, they have my diploma certificate on file, because that was what he was saying. I don't have it. So if they have it on file and he graduated, all he would have had to do was fill out this form, pay $8. They would have mailed it to him. Now, it probably cost more than $8 because they would have had to mail it all the way to Nigeria, but he could have got it that way. If he wanted for some reason to fly all the way to Chicago to come pick it up, he could have done that. He could have paid for it online, filled out the paperwork, gone up to Chicago State University. He could have paid $26.50. They would have notified him when it was ready at the school. They would have handed it to him. Fine. He would have been out the door. Or he can order that replacement certificate and they will still mail it to him. So there were ways he could.
All right, Mr. J, Gloria,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
J. Coyden, I want to play you a clip from Bola Tinubu himself. He said this at a place called Chatham House in the UK when he was campaigning for president last year. I just want you to hear his own words, how he got his certificate from Chicago State University. Parallel Facts, could you play the voice, please?
Chicago State University, where I graduated, has attested to that. Now I can announce that I've received my original replacement degree certificate from them.
If you don't mind, could you play it one more time, please? Parallel Facts.
Chicago State University, where I graduated, has attested to that. Now I can announce that I've received my original replacement degree certificate from them.
I might be annoying, but please play it the third time, please. I might be annoying, but please do it the third time. Thank you.
Chicago State University, where I graduated, has attested to that. Now I can announce that I've received my original replacement degree certificate from them.
All right, sir. So this is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In his own words, it's actually a video. So the certificate you have seen, sir, is it original? And did it come from Chicago State? There is one question I want to ask. His spokespersons defend him by bringing up a statement called third-party vendors. Literally, some of them have gone as far as saying you can redesign your certificate. Parallel facts, if you have that voice pop and you're ready, you could play that for me. I would like you to hear some of their defense of this situation and tell me if this is the proper avenue by which these things are handled. Parallel facts, do you have the voice note, please? Okay. So I just want to ask you, sir, is that certificate original from Chicago State?
So, so when I listened to what the president said, he contradicted himself. Okay. If you listen to what he says, I have my original replacement. There's no way you can have an original replacement. Those are two completely different things. You either have your original certificate or you have your replacement certificate. You don't have an original replacement.
Wahala.
Parallel facts, can you play that note one more time just in case Mr. Coyden is wrong and Tinubu said something different? Please, if you don't mind. Can you hear me? Gloria, can you hear me?
I can
I can hear you. I think they're trying to find the clip again.
Okay, no wahala. All right then. So I want to ask you one more question, Mr. Coyden, please, if you don't mind. This will only take. You mentioned in your article about a 1979 CSU yearbook.
Yes.
Have you seen the 1979 CSU yearbook? Is it missing? Is it possible that an entire year of a university's yearbook is missing, especially with this type of scandal? And have you tried to investigate why 1979 in particular is missing? And then my last question, is it possible a student came to that school and for some reason graduated, has his certificate, but his picture is not in the yearbook? Could you help you out? Could you help us out with the CSU 1979 yearbook mystery, sir?
Okay, so let me answer the first question first for you. Okay, the 1979 Chicago State University emblem, that's the name of our yearbook. Our yearbook is called the emblem. So EMBLEM, emblem. So the 1979 edition of emblem should be in the university archives. So you heard me talk about that earlier. It should be in the university archives with all the other yearbooks, all the other newspapers, all that stuff. So when I visited the campus a few days ago, I went to the archives. I went 2 days last week. I spoke to the archivist. That's the person who runs the place. And I said, hey, I see everything here but the 1979 yearbook. He looked himself. He's like, yeah, I don't see it either. Now, here's why this is important. The archives are located in the library, but they're in a private part of the library. So anything that's in the archives, you cannot take out of that particular room. So you know how if you go to a library, you want to check out a book. Okay, I want to take out this book. You got a library card. You give them the library card. Okay, here's the book. We need it back in 3 weeks. Well, that's not the case in the archives. The archives is a secure room. because there's stuff there that is talks about the history of the school. It's, you know, it's the newspapers, it's the yearbooks, it's the portraits of all the past presidents. It's all that type of stuff in there. So when I visited it on 2 different occasions, I did not find a physical copy of the yearbook. Okay, fine. They also have a digital version, because this is the year 2023 now. So they have digital copies of the yearbook as well. Well, they don't have a 1979 digital copy either. So there's no physical copy, there's no digital copy. It's like the book has just vanished and nobody knows where it is. Now, the second part of your question, you were asking, would his picture be in the yearbook? So here's the thing about the yearbooks at Chicago State. They only put the pictures of the graduating seniors in the yearbook. And not everyone is in there automatically, because you have to choose to want to have your photo in the yearbook. And a lot of people just choose not to do it. So even if his picture isn't in there, even though people would like to say, hey, is he in there that could maybe solve all this? It really, I mean, he might be in there. He might not be in there. We don't know because we can't find a book.
Is it? Okay,
Go ahead.
continue, Glory.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Let that what I just heard clear in my head.
Mm-hmm. So what implications does all this ongoing certificate saga have on the integrity of Chicago State University?
No, the integrity is in the trash. That's what I was telling Precious the other day on the show. The university is looking terrible in this. It looks terrible in this. You know, so you know, I'll make a couple of points on that. So first things first. When President Tinubu was, and I'm gonna use the terms, I know you all feel differently about it, but just give me a little leeway. When he was elected as president back in February, okay, he then took office later on this year. He's the sitting president of Nigeria. Now, if you're Chicago State University, and one of your graduates, one of your alum, someone who was educated at your school and graduated, hell, even if they didn't graduate, they just went to your school, they're an alum. If there's an alum of your school who now becomes the president of the largest country on the continent of Africa with over 213 million citizens, plus Nigerians throughout the diaspora, and this person went to your college, wouldn't you be screaming, yay, yay, woohoo, whippy? You would be promoting it all over the place. Right. You would be saying, look what happened. Look, one of our graduates is now the president of Nigeria. You'd be sending out press releases. You'd be inviting President Tinubu to campus. You'd be putting a statue up. Oh, look what happened to one of our alums. Chicago State has not done any of that. They haven't said a word about that. And since this entire scandal has broken out, we have not heard one word from President Scott, who is the current president of Chicago State. Not one word, not one congratulations to President Tinubu, not we don't know what's going on here, not we're going to look into this because this is the integrity of our university at stake, and I am the president. The buck is going to stop with me. We have heard nothing from her. We've heard nothing from a vice president, nothing from the provost. The only people that have made a statement has been the public relations person and has been the attorneys representing Chicago State. And that is what gives me, as the journalist here in Chicago, that is where my concern is, and that is where my focus is. My focus is on Chicago State because I'm going, what are you all doing? What are you hiding? Because none of your actions are making any sense. if you just had an alum who became the president of Nigeria. And so that is what I'm focusing on more than anything else, because I'm here. I'm not there in Nigeria. I don't know your laws. I'm not sure of the culture. I am concentrating on Chicago State because that is where, for me, there's a story here. There's a bigger story here. And especially when I put that with all of the incidents of corruption that have happened at that university. And again, I encourage those of you who are listening. I see we got almost 3,000 people here listening. Go to my website. Go to jcoydenreports.com and look at what I wrote today. Just look at what I wrote today. I wrote about at least 6 scandals that I know about. I could have written about 50. How much y'all want me to write? So it's not about does this school not have integrity? Their integrity has been in the toilet. And I went there. I went there. So me saying this actually kind of messes me up because it's the institution that I went to. It takes us down. But if you've also noticed, you're not hearing a lot of Chicago State alums or the current students. You're not hearing them protests. Nobody is saying, let's get to the bottom of this. And you know why that is? It's because we've learned to expect this type of stuff from Chicago State.
Wow.
And that is really sad.
This is so noteworthy what you're sharing. The first point of not having the school body come out to actually congratulate a whole president of a nation, and you're talking about students not protesting and things like that. We would also expect that, people who did graduate with Tinubu or at some point were in school when he was at school. I mean, if I had somebody I was classmates with become president of a country, I'm going to be screaming about it. But we haven't actually had cases of people coming forward, to congratulate at the very least. So do you believe that Chicago State University is displaying double standards in how they're handling this, given its history?
I don't think they're displaying double standards. I think they're doing what Chicago State always does. I think this is par for the course, to use a golf term. This is their normal operation. They were doing this stuff when I was there. This doesn't surprise me. And that's what I was saying on the other media outlet when I talked to Precious a couple of days ago. This doesn't shock me. This doesn't shock me at all. If you had said this was the University of Illinois, I'd say, okay, this is shocking. They don't usually do that. If you had said this is the University of Chicago, which I've learned as I've kind of gotten roped into this story, that originally President Tinubu mentioned the University of Chicago, and then the fine reporter you all have down there, David, kind of outed him on that and said that's not true. And then he switched it and said Chicago State. It does not surprise me that Chicago State has gotten themselves involved in this. The major problem Chicago State is going to have, because there's now so much attention being paid to this, if they get an investigation done on that university, if they get in, and I want to break it down so that the people in Nigeria there understand who can investigate Chicago State. Okay, Chicago State is located in the city of Chicago. It's located in Cook County. It is located in the state of Illinois. It is located in the United States. So that means, just in theory, the Chicago Police Department, they wanted to do an investigation, they could do it. The Cook County Sheriff's Department, if they wanted to do an investigation, they could do it. The Illinois State Police, if they wanted to do an investigation, they could do it. The university has its own police force with its own detectives. If they wanted to do an internal criminal investigation, they could launch one. In terms of the federal government, well, if we're talking about possibility of some falsified documents or some records that don't look right, they can actually bring in the Secret Service. Okay, United States Secret Service, who most people, you just think, oh, that's the person. They're the people that protect the president. They run out with the limo. Well, actually, a big part of what they do, because they're the Department of the Treasury, is they do forgeries. They do documents. because people use counterfeit American money all around the world. So the United States Secret Service is responsible for that. So if you're talking documents, they could probably bring in the Secret Service. They could bring in the FBI if they wanted to. They could bring in the Illinois Attorney General. He could do his own investigation. He's separate from the police department. He's the prosecutor. They could bring in the Cook County State's Attorney. She has her own investigative unit. You could bring in not necessarily law enforcement, but you could bring in the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education, because we're talking about a public university that gets federal dollars. They could come in and say, hey, we need to do an investigation on this. So, I mean, you could literally have 10 different agencies who could investigate Chicago State if they wanted to. And you could also have multiple investigations going on at one time. You could have all 12 of them show up one day and do it. Those are just the possibilities. So I just want, the people in Nigeria to understand there are many different ways that this could go. And I just think the more that there are questions out there and the longer this goes on, that eventually one of them law enforcement agencies are going to say, you know what, let's go take a look at this.
Thank you, Jay. Go on.
All right. Jay, I want to play you something. In Nigeria, I need you to understand that Tinubu has not given any statements on live television or radio to defend any of these allegations. What you have are media lackeys all over the place, twisting and turning something that is clean and clear to the eyes and to the ears. So I want to play you one of them, and this is his opinion on redesigning your certificates, and you tell me what you think. Parallel facts, please.
One thing Nigerians need to know is that in that certificate, because it's ceremonial, you even have the right to redesign it to your own taste. That is the truth. What is important is the transcript.
Redesign it to your own taste.
Absolutely. You can Google it. It's out there. They advertise it out there in the US. If you have lost your certificate, we can get it back for you.
Please, could you play one more time, please?
One thing Nigerians need to know is that in that certificate, because it's ceremonial, you even have the right to redesign it to your own taste. That is the truth. What is important is the transcript.
Redesign it to your own taste.
Absolutely. You can Google it. It's out there. They advertise it out there in the US. If you have lost your certificate, we can get it back for you.
JD would say it now.
All right. So that is one. I want to now play you another person. He was Tinubu's spokesman all through the elections. His name is Festus Keyamo. This man is actually, hold on, he's actually a senior advocate of Nigeria, a lawyer at least on the level of Justice Maldonado. And this was his defense for Tinubu. And then I would break down to you that Tinubu even has discrepancies in his primary school and in his high school. This is a defense. It's called the speech, Great Men School from Home. Please listen carefully.
You didn't go to a primary school? Is that what you're saying?
In those days, you don't have to go. You don't have to. They read and pass this from home. Great men.
Secondary school?
Yeah, the secondary school. That's this thing now. What type of plane is this?
So why am I playing you this? In 1999, I'll give you a quick summary. Bola Tinubu ran for governor of Lagos State, the biggest state in Nigeria, one of the most popular states, very popular. He submitted that he went to a school called Children's Home School, Aroloya, as his primary school. He then submitted that he went to a school called Government College Ibadan as his secondary school. He then said that he went to University of Chicago and then Richard Daley College. 1999. People went to research the schools and found out that the primary school, Children's Homeschool Aroloya did not exist at all. The secondary school he claimed, the set he claimed, they wanted to celebrate him being a governor. This same thing you're asking Chicago State to do. They wanted to celebrate the fact he was now a governor. And they asked him, what set did you finish from? Bola Tinubu could not answer. There is a story that the governor of that state went to that school and forcefully seized the records of that year Tinubu claims. Now, when Tinubu ran for president of Nigeria, he did not put any primary school. He did not put the children's home school he had put in 1999. He did not put the secondary school that he had put. And then he now put up this fake certificate, this certificate we have all agreed on that is fake. He submitted this fake certificate. I want to ask you, sir, is it possible to get into university in the United States of America without never going to primary school, without never going to secondary school? What do you think about this whole entire Tinubu conundrum, considering that there is no public record of him having ever gone to school, and then this Chicago situation comes up? What kind of person do you think we are dealing with at this point from your status as a non-observer, just someone from the outside looking in?
So what I will say is I will answer that question that you asked. Can you get into a college or a university in the United States of America without going to a primary or a secondary school? Am I understanding the question correctly?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the first question.
Okay. So the answer to that is absolutely yes, you can. I actually have a friend who was homeschooled. Both of her parents were teachers. So one of them, when she was born, stopped teaching and homeschooled my friend all the way through what would be her high school years. Now, in the United States, you can do that. However, the child still must be able to test like every year to make sure that they're on track, that the education they're getting at home is adequate enough. And then you can still get into a university as long as you meet that university's requirements, which is usually you would take one of our national standard tests here in the United States. More than likely the SAT, they usually require that score, but that's kind of changing a little bit. You may have to take an entrance exam. They may want to see some of your other activities in addition to your formal education. Well, were you in the Boy Scouts? Were you did you play any sports? Were you on a dance team or anything like that? So you can submit your application, and if you fit that particular university's requirements, you can absolutely be admitted to a university. But now that is for American students. I don't know about the situation for people who are maybe not American citizens,
International students,
or people who are here on work visas. I'm not sure. I do not know the answer to that question. But I know if you're an American citizen,
is it possible someone who schooled in Nigeria, primary, secondary school, or someone who did not school at all from Nigeria can get into the US with these same rights?
Can't tell you. Don't know. Don't know the answer to that one.
Doesn't know.
Okay. What of the one about redesigning the certificate to your taste that we played earlier?
Yeah. I once you get your certificate, you can do whatever you want with it. You can do whatever you want with it because it is based off the transcripts. Yeah, I mean, you can do whatever you want. I mean, you can get a legit, if you get a legit diploma here, you can take it, you can walk outside with it, write on it, tear it up, do whatever you want with it. It doesn't mean anything here because, as I said before, they're going to go by your official transcripts here in the United States. They're not going to go by your diploma. And also, as I said earlier, here in the United States, you can legally purchase a fake diploma. You can legally order a fake diploma. You can legally make your own, put it up on a wall. The only thing you can't do is, you know, say you did something is a requirement for a job and you present them with a diploma.
No, can you submit that diploma and run for president?
For president, I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that one. I'm not sure what our laws are on that one.
All right, Gloria.
Thank you very much. So I'm curious, what does accountability look like? Which body oversees U.S. universities? In Nigeria, for instance, the National Universities Commission regulates universities. So which body oversees U.S. Universities here in the U.S. and what has been their role over the years?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So let's break that down. So who oversees Chicago State University? Okay, because that's really what we're talking about here. Who oversees Chicago State University? It is a state university. So it is overseen by the state of Illinois and is represented by a board of governors. We have about 13 state universities here in Illinois. Chicago State is just one of them. They're overseen by a board of governors. There are representatives from all throughout the state of Illinois. Other accountability would be the board of trustees of Chicago State University. They have a lot of responsibility. And then on the federal government level, it would be the United States Department of Education. The United States Department of Education is who gives you your accreditation, which says, no, you're a credible university. That would come from the U.S. Department of Education. And if you're not meeting the correct standards, they can pull away your accreditation. So let's just throw a situation out there. Let's say American investigators do an investigation on Chicago State, and they find Chicago State violated some federal laws, and they're not up to accreditation. They could yank the school's accreditation, which basically you can still go to the school, but your degree wouldn't mean anything because it's not accredited. Okay. So that would be one step they could take. The other thing, if they felt it was serious enough, they could just shut the entire university down. So that would be the accountability. The state of Illinois could do that, or the United States federal government could do that.
And I just have one more question before we bring our speakers on, or before N6 takes over. I am Presh90 here on X is asking a very important question, I think. If there is any proof of ID cards for students can Chicago State University provide any proof of identification cards for students who went to school, say, between 1978 and 1980?
Yeah, that's a really good question.
Do you think that's a possibility?
Yes, that's a very good question. I happened to ask that question to someone at Chicago State just yesterday. I remember when I was there, I had a student ID card. Okay. Student ID card had my name on it. It had I believe it had my social security number on it, but I'm not sure. And then it had my picture. I had to take a picture. It was kind of like almost one of those pictures if you go to the police station and you get arrested and they got to take a picture of your face. It's kind of like that. It's an ID picture. And my question to the person was, hey, what do they do with all the ID pictures after they take the pictures of the students? Do they keep them? And I was told they don't. I was told that it would take up too much storage space if they kept all those pictures that they had taken from back in the day. Nowadays, they do it digitally. I find it hard to believe that they don't have the records of the IDs because you literally took a picture, but that was the answer I got. So that's an excellent question about the IDs. And I do also want to mention, I mentioned this too on another show, in American universities, because you have so many students at these schools, the professors, the deans, they don't call you by your name, really. They really don't even know your name because you could have 350 students in a lecture hall. So the way they used to do it back in 1979, they went by your social security number. They didn't go by your name. So when you were doing your tests, you turn the test in, instead of writing your name, you would write your social security number, you know, at the top of the page. And that way the professor would know who you are. So that is why there is so much focus here in Chicago on that social security number that we saw on President Tinubu's transcripts from both Daly College and Chicago State University, because that the social security number is what's going to matter more than the name itself in a lot of ways. It really will, because the social security number is its own number. You know, you could have 25 people to go to your university named John Smith. Okay, you could have 25 people with the exact same name, but they're not going to have the same social security numbers. You're going to have 25 different social security numbers. So what they have done now in the United States, in modern United States colleges, they still use a social security number to verify the identity of students. But when the student is doing their test or they're doing anything around college, they get a special ID number from that particular college that goes to that particular student. But back in 1979, they were not doing that.
Interesting. So now we've had reports of the social security number you're mentioning. There have been allegations of this being tied to a female. We also had a case of a certificate from Southwest College having a female gender on it. What are your thoughts on this?
I've observed both of those. That evidence came out during the deposition, which took place last Tuesday, so 6 days ago. I got a copy of the deposition on Wednesday and all the documents that Chicago State had turned over to Atiku's lawyers. Okay. And so in those documents, you can see, I'll pull it up right now because I'm literally like right in front of my screen here. And I will look at the Daly College documents first. So remember, I went to both of these schools. Okay. So I have these exact documents for me. So I know what they look like and what they should look like. So for me, I'm looking at President Tinubu's now from Daly College. And when I looked at it and I examined it, I said, okay, this looks absolutely correct. The only difference between his and mine, and I'm assuming you all have seen the documents before. Is that correct? You all have seen them? Okay, good.
Yes, we have.
So the only difference between mine and his is his says Southwest College at the top. Mine does not say Southwest College because when I went there, the name of the school had been changed to Daly College. Okay, but everything else is the exact same. The address where you see 7500 South Pulaski, that's where the school is located. My name is there, all that stuff. For where it says sex, I don't have female, I have male. So mine is an M. Okay. And so because this one was marked female, everyone is having concerns. Everyone is saying, okay, was this a typographical error? Or was this someone else's transcript that he somehow stole their identity? Now,
identity theft.
So that is a theory. It has not been proven. It is something that needs to be looked at. That would be where you asked earlier what type of accountability and what type of investigations could take place. That would be where you would need law enforcement to step in, and you would need a document examiner, a professional document examiner on the police force, someone like that to verify, hey, was this accurate? Where was this not? Now, what Atiku's lawyers didn't do, which I was kind of surprised, I was surprised they didn't bring in someone from Southwest College, which would now be Daly College. I'm surprised they didn't bring someone like that in for the deposition to ask them specific questions about that, because Chicago State people wouldn't be able to answer that. So I was kind of surprised they didn't bring someone in to kind of verify those documents or ask some specific things about that. But, you know, who knows? Maybe that's something they're planning on doing in the future. But when I looked at the document, it looks just like mine, pretty much for the most part. You know, obviously 20 years difference, or 17 years different. No, 20 actually, because he was there in 76. So 20 years different. But the gist of it is the same. But like I say, I do not have female mark next to mine.
All right. I want to ask you a series of rapid fire questions, and all I will need for you is just to answer a simple yes or no, and then we'll open up the floor to our listeners. Okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is this okay with you, sir? All right. So simple replies, yes or no. You have seen Tinubu's certificate he submitted to the Nigerian Electoral Commission. Did Tinubu submit a fake certificate to INEC? Yes or no?
The one I saw for INEC, is that what your? I'm sorry, it kind of went out for me a little bit.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the one you saw for INEC. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
that's not a Chicago State certificate. That's no.
So
That's
that is a fake certificate. Okay. It's the 1979 yearbook of Chicago State University suspiciously missing.
Yes.
Yes or no? Niva Lubin, who we can see is a signatory on Tinubu's certificates, could not have signed Tinubu's certificates because as at 1979, when he claimed to have graduated, she was a young medical student and nowhere near the position of head of board of trustees. Is this a yes or no?
Yes, that is correct.
Is this case serious enough to get CSU into a lot of trouble and even go as far as having them closed down?
Absolutely,
yes or no?
yes.
From everything you have read, you have seen, you have investigated, do you think Tinubu went to CSU and graduated properly?
I don't know.
Thank you very much, sir. At this point, we'll be opening up the floor to our speakers. Jimmy is here, our big mommy in the movement, Mommy Bolanle is here, well-meaning. Umar Sani, the cat, is here. Everybody, thank you very much. I would love for you guys to have your questions ready. Please, no formalities. Just a quick good evening to Mr. Coyden, and then you go ahead. Jimmy, Mommy Bolanle is our big mom in this movement, so I will be giving her the first shot, and then you come up. Mommy B, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening all. Sorry, I'm on a long journey home. Mr. Coyden, thank you for joining us today. I've listened to you intently. And I have one question, because a lot of the other questions have been asked. When did Southwest College become the name that is now? Do you know what year that was?
So your question is, when did they change the name to?
When they changed the name.
Is that what our question is?
From yes, that's the question.
It would have been in the 80s. I do not have the exact date, but I can get that for you. That's not 19. Let's see. Looks like 1976. The week after. So it's named after. It's named after the former mayor of the city of Chicago, Richard J. Daley. So he died December 20th, 1976. So the name of the college was changed it would be like the very last week of 1976. Does that make sense for you?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mommy B. Okay, Jimmy, you're up next. What is your question, brother?
Oh boy. Well done, guys. Gloria and N6, well done. I have a couple of questions, but I'm just gonna round it up to two. The first one is transcript. I have a question regarding this transcript. Now, is English a compulsory subject to pass regardless your major?
So, good question. That was one of the questions I had when I looked at his transcript. Are you talking about the transcripts from Chicago State or the ones from Southwest? So I can answer your question.
Both, okay. Actually.
So you probably noticed the same thing that I did. And I thought it was very weird that he did not take English 127, I want to say, until like his senior year in college at Chicago State. That is usually considered a prerequisite course where they won't let you take some of the higher numbers courses that you usually have to take English 127 and 128 because they're composition English classes. Usually they make you take those early in your college career, but I have seen people where they haven't had to do it. It depends on what that university requires of that student at that time. And I honestly don't know what they were requiring back in 1979. And the other thing I need you to understand is that when these transcripts come out that we're looking at, this is when Chicago State was on what they called a trimester system, not a semester system. So now most universities in the United States are on a semester system where you'll do 20 weeks of classes. That's the first semester. Then you do a winter break and then you come back in January, whatever you do the last 20 minutes. That's the second semester. Back then, Chicago State was on a trimester. So you will see where it'll say like a fall, a winter, and then it says spring. And then if a person decides to go to summer school, you'll see a summer. So there was a little bit of difference back then, which is why I can't say taking English 128 your senior year is necessarily wrong.
Okay, brilliant. And the last one, you said something about not everybody necessarily has to have their pictures in their in the yearbook, the emblem as you called it. Right. Does that include the name? Because there are some situations whereby your pictures, everyone's pictures doesn't have to be there, but does everyone's name has to be in the emblem? Does every graduating student's name has to be in the yearbook?
No, it does not.
Not
right, not all the
names,
names, correct.
Okay, so I asked you to, I reached out to you on your TL before
right.
I engaged you in your DM, and you asked me my I just want I'm just curious, why did you do that? Why did you do that? And I just want people to understand the kind of people we're dealing with. Could you please help me out with
in
that?
the United States, we have obviously the First Amendment, which is the freedom of speech, but the Second Amendment is the right to carry and bear arms. And America is dangerous. So carrying a weapon for your own self-protection, a lot of people choose to do it. So when I saw your particular profile, I figured I would ask you that. And, you know, we kind of connected on that and some other things. But that is why I asked, because I think one of the things people have asked me, well, how come the journalists in Nigeria are not really digging into this situation? Well, I mean, they don't want to get killed. They ain't trying to get killed. They're not trying to have to live in exile. And I think that's the difference. You know, first of all, our freedom of speech is really protected well here in the United States. And then secondly, you know, most of the journalists I know packing guns. So, you know, I just got to keep it real with you. Most of them packing guns. And that allows you a little bit more freedom to do your job in peace.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Up next, somebody who has been very well invested in this case, Jackson Ude. Please, my brother, you're welcome to the platform. We're all well-meaning Nigerians here. You have one important question to throw at Mr. Koiden. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Koiden, for all you do. And thank you, everyone who's on this platform. So I'm just going to go right quick to ask Mr. Koiden. And I'm going to give you a background of myself. I'm a journalist trained in Nigeria and also trained in New York. I went to the City University of New York, Lehman College, and I'm very passionate about this. And I want you to shed some more light about the processes of gaining admissions into the Chicago State University. So now my question goes this way. How can you be admitted as a student in Chicago State without a passport, without a birth certificate, without a social security card, without any form
Without
of
a student
identity,
visa.
without a student visa, without a state ID, with no form of identification, with not even a proof of address. Now, I ask this question because I know the processes by which I was admitted into the City University of New York in Lehman College. At the time, I was not an American citizen. At the time, I was admitted based on my asylum status. I produced my Nigerian passport that had my asylum status on my I-94. I produced my New York State ID card, which proved my residency of New York, so I could enjoy the benefit of the Pell Grant and other benefits I could get. I produced my Social Security card that identified me. I produced a proof of address where I live. So I don't understand.
Mr. Jackson, please round up your question,
Yeah.
please. That we
So
have the world trying to
I don't
ask,
understand why why Chicago State University will admit someone and then don't have no record of that person's identification. Is there any way you can shed more light on this?
Thank you for the question. What I will say is, I don't know what they did back in 1979. And that's just true. I don't know what the heck they did. I don't know if they required him to show it at the time to prove it, and then they never looked at it again. I don't know if they required him to show something. They took a copy of it. They kept the copy on file, but then once he left, they threw it away. I don't know. And that's why I was saying to my host, that's why I was saying earlier, it's very interesting to me that Chicago State University isn't taking questions, because these are questions that they should be answering. These are all solid questions, and these are questions that the president needs to stand in front of microphones, in front of press, and not take questions just from American journalists, but take questions from the journalists in Nigeria, because you all have some serious questions that she has to answer. And I honestly don't know what they were doing in 1979. I'm right there with you all. What proof did you all have that this was the person that you were actually admitting? That is a great question. And it's a question for the administrators of Chicago State to answer.
Thank you very much for your reply. We have Umar Sani the cat. You have the floor, sir. Ask your question.
Thank you, host. Hello, Mr. Quaiden. Is it true that in 1979, back then, that as a foreign student, you are not identified as a national of your country? Rather, you are viewed as an African American, Mexican American, etc. So a national of Nigeria, when he goes there, he automatically becomes an African American. How true is that? Secondly, quickly, a former head of state of Nigeria gave a colossal amount of money as donation to the Chicago State University. Are universities in the US allowed to solicit for donations from individuals who have no history with an institution? Number three, quickly, sir, sorry. The Nigerian law allows free printing of certificates as well. We have marriage certificates, graduation certificates of artisans, and that are not affiliated with government. However, if it is used for official purposes, it becomes an offense, e.g. employment, admission, or election purposes. Our law says you cannot be qualified if you submit a forged certificate. It means, therefore, the emphasis of certification is different in both countries, or is it the same?
So it's
number four. Number four.
Hold on, let me answer.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Let him at least answer one. Hold on.
This is my final question.
Let me answer.
Let him answer
let me
one.
answer.
It's my final question.
I can't remember.
All right then. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Please, we'd like to keep this space orderly. Let him answer Mr. Corden, can you even remember any of the questions?
The first two. The first ones I can remember.
So let's ask him the first two, please.
Yeah.
Umar, please, the first two briefly. Umar, can you hear me? Your mic.
Okay, yes. I said, is it true
first
that...
two questions briefly, please, so that he can at least get it and then answer.
Okay, I think he will get it now. Is it true that back then, that as a foreign student, you are not identified as a national of your country? Rather, you are viewed as an African American, Mexican American, etc., that nobody recognizes. So when we were arguing over the the person who has this certificate is an American citizen, this is an argument a professor brought in, that this is the situation back then in
so
America.
Let me answer that one. In 1979, again, every school had their own different rules. Okay. Private schools may do one thing, some of the public schools may do something else. The record keeping back in 1979 was not nearly as good as it is in 2023. And I think that is one of the major issues that we're seeing with this particular case, is that we're just talking about a difference of, 40 years and what they did back then. So I can't really say what Chicago State did in 1979. Now, his third question was about the fake certificates and what you can use and what you cannot use. Like I said earlier, it's completely legal to have a fake certificate here in the United States. It's legal to buy one. It's legal to display one up in your house. There's nothing illegal about that. So that's the way it is here. He asked me something about what you all do in Nigeria. I don't know. I don't know what you all do. I'm just learning now a little bit of what some of your laws are. So.
Okay, the second question is okay. Let me just move this one. Is a foreign student?
You have one more question, sir, please. You have one more question. We have a long list of people, please.
Okay, is a foreign student entitled to social security number? I saw in one of your write-up that the social security number purporting to belong to Tinubu was traced to a female.
Yes.
In Virginia, and there is no proof that he ever lived there. What is the situation? Have you investigated?
You just answered that one.
You.
You just answered.
Oh, that's the answer. Yep. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Umar. Moving ahead, Savik. Welcome to the platform. You have a few minutes to ask one question.
Thank you so much, Mr. J. Corden. The question is straightforward. During the deposition, we discovered that the attorney that works with Chicago State University that gave Bola Tinubu's lawyers some documents abruptly
quit.
Left the institution. Yep. Have you digged into that and discovered why and exactly why he left?
Yeah, that's another person we're looking for. That person in the 1979 yearbook. Those are two items we're looking for: 1979 yearbook and that registrar who left. Yes, I think you all are absolutely on the right track. I want to make sure you all understand that. Yes, there are multiple people looking for that particular individual. And yes, we are also looking for the 1979 yearbook. And there are a lot of other things that I'm not going to get into because, we are doing, work here. But yes, we know about that person who left rather quickly. Would love to talk to him.
All right. Thank you very much. Gospel and Roy, I'll get to you, but let me ask, well-meaning Nigerian, my brother, welcome to the platform.
Yeah.
Ask your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, NCs. Thank you, Parallel Facts, for this opportunity. Thank you, Gloria. Great program so far. Thank you, Coyden, for coming around to Parallel Facts. So my question is going to be very simple, but I'm asking a question that I personally deem one of the most important questions in this, and I think a couple of one or two persons in the comment section actually agreed with me. So the first thing I would want to say is that I think Umar Sani was saying, I'm glad the statement you've used so far is it is legal to purchase a fake certificate. It is legal to purchase a fake, as in, so certificate. So the good news is that, or rather the main point is that even in purchasing it, the word fake is attached to it. And I got to confirm that you were actually right, because one of the diplomas maker in America, they call them the
Hello, is anybody there? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I think Mr. Elvis is trying
Yeah,
to
you know
attack
the
again.
attack is too much. It's
Yeah.
too much. It's
Well,
the
anyway.
final fight.
Yeah.
In less than 2 months now, everything will be over. So
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you, my people. These guys are attacking us again. You know, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can we start talking about this, or we should continue with the Jay Cardi?
Mr. Elvis, I would suggest that maybe we should keep talking. We should start talking about it, because I think that interview is going to last like several more hours.
Yes.
You know.
Okay. All right.
That's what I think. I don't know about others.
Okay. So we should start. We should continue on the comment section. What are you guys saying? Should we continue listening, or we should start talking?
we should start talking for me.
Yes, we should start talking.
All right. Okay. Some of them are saying, okay, some of them are saying that we should continue with them. Let's listen to what this guy was asking. That last, take it as the last one, then we start. Yeah. Let's take the last question.
the position. The word offsite was used twice, and the word third party was used once in that deposition. And because Nigeria and the party Tinubu belongs to is used to the act of propaganda, so they've been able to put all that together and said, okay, what the registrar meant was that. So what the registrar said, and I really want to put this out for fact, because for me, I think this is a very clear. What the registrar said, and a question was asked to the registrar that said, did you tell us earlier, I'm quoting the question, did you tell us earlier that when there is a replacement diploma made, or any diploma, is that done in-house by CSU, or is that sent off-site?
Right, I got you. I got
yeah.
you. I think I'm following the gist of your question. What you're asking is, does Chicago State produce the actual diplomas right there on the campus? Is that what you're asking?
No, that's not the question. So that's why I really want to view this.
Please make your question briefer so that he can get your point.
I'm almost done. Sorry. So the answer that the registrar gave to that question was, at present, it is sent offsite. I mean, I think anybody with common sense knows that means that now they print their certificate using maybe how will I say now, a contractor, maybe they don't have the printer in-house and whatnot. I guess that's what that meant. But it has been misconstrued in Nigeria, in my opinion, to mean that meant that Chicago State University have a couple of vendors off-site where students can approach these vendors to say, oh, I attend Chicago State University, please, I'm going to pay you, print a certificate for me on behalf of Chicago State University, which would mean they would have the official signature and everything, these vendors. So my question to you really is straight. Does Chicago State University have certified vendors that students are allowed to approach for them to print, and I mean from Chicago State University,
without the knowledge of the school,
for them to print certificates, who would automatically, after printing the certificate, would Chicago State University would, because one of the processes that they said they would do before they print a certificate is to verify the student record. So my point, the question really is, does Chicago State University have certified vendor, their own certified vendor? As you, as a student now can say, oh, instead of me to go to Chicago State University have certified AAA
as an alternative
to print certificates. So I'm going to AAA as a vendor. So let's know if that's what Bola Tinubu did. Are there certified vendors by Chicago State University?
Okay, so that is not the process that they do. If you need your diploma from Chicago State University, you go. If you did not get it, let's say, okay, so let's say, I'm gonna give you different situations. So let's say you're graduating in May. It's your first time graduation. Woo, everybody's there, the family, we all taking pictures and everything. At the graduation, they give you the cover. They don't give you the actual certificate. They usually give you the cover. Our cover is green. It's green with gold on it. Now, if you're getting a master's degree, it might be different. But if you're getting your bachelor's, it's usually green with the gold lettering of the university on there, okay? You're not getting your diploma that day. You're getting a cover. And then your actual diploma will be mailed to you from the school. Now, if you want extra copies of that diploma or you lose your diploma, you go on the website. You go on the website. I don't even think they let you come to the school anymore because COVID has changed everything kind of all around the world. So they trying to do the least amount of people as possible in person. And they're kind of short on personnel up there right now. You would go online, fill out that form that I spoke about earlier in the show, pay them their money, and then you either tell them I'm going to come pick it up when it is ready, or you mail it to my house. There is no Chicago State is going to certify you and you just go over here and tell them we said you good. No, they don't do that. I don't know of any American university that does that. You go through the university that you graduated from.
Exactly.
They then contact their vendor once you have paid your money, done your application, and then it goes from there. Now, what we're trying to figure out now is which vendor Chicago State uses. It's a possibility they may use 2 or 3 different ones. It just all depends. But that takes time to get that information. That's one of the things I know many journalists have put in a request for Chicago State to get that back to them. And that's usually going to take anywhere between a week and 2 weeks to get that information back. So the deposition was just 6 days ago. So I would think, probably within the next few days, we will be able to answer some of those questions because I know a lot of people are asking about that. But no, you cannot just officially show up to a place and say, CSU said I'm good. I need y'all to print one that says this. Now, you can do that, but the university isn't going to sign off on that. And I think people need to really understand what Chicago State said in that deposition. The only thing they are verifying are his academic records, or President Tinubu's academic records. They are not verifying the diploma that he presented to the INEC. They've said that several times.
The academic records of Bola A. Tinubu.
That is what they are verifying. What they turned over in that deposition, that is what they will verify. Those academic records. They didn't verify nothing about no diploma at the INEC.
So sorry, Sizzle, I really just wanted to answer a question. This question in yes or no.
Hold on, well-meaning. I'll get back to
No,
you.
is this
I'll
question?
keep you
I
up
just
here.
wanted to answer it as a point for record purpose.
Hold on, well-meaning. I promise you I'll get back to you. Let me exhaust the speakers. Honorable Real One, you have a few minutes and one question, please. Keep it one question and keep it brief.
Okay, thank you, the guest speaker. Let me just go straight to the question because majority of what I intended to ask, has been answered. But one fundamental thing is from your explanation, you talked about the role of Chicago State in all of this. And after the legal battle, my question is it possible after the legal issue that they were banned to actually release the document to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, is it possible for them to now grant a press release.
I'm sorry, sir. Your voice is very faint. Could you speak directly
you-
into your speaker and speak up?
Is it better now?
Not necessarily, but continue.
Okay. Yeah, my question is it possible for Chicago State University, after the legal battle between the two contenders, to actually grant a press release to say, okay, yes, the court actually asked us to provide the document, but we've actually done that, and to clarify the lingering issues. This man is not from our school and all those things. Is it possible for them under the law to do that and not violating the laws in the United States of America? That's just my
Yes,
question.
I understand your question. They can come out with any statement they want to, and that's one of the things I've been saying. It's interesting that they have not said anything, but they can release a press statement whenever they want. But I just think on this particular situation, because it's in litigation, it's been in litigation, and because everybody in the world is now looking at them, if they are going to release a statement, it's going to be very carefully crafted, extremely crafted. And their lawyers probably telling them not to say nothing. But I just think at a certain point, the president is going to have to say something. Because eventually what's going to happen is she's going to have to go out and start traveling for the university and speaking at events and stuff like that. And that's when, people like me show up. We just start throwing tape recorders in her face and asking her questions. So she can only hide for so long.
All right. Thank you very much. Roy, are you there? Roy, are you there? Can you hear me? Gloria, can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Is Roy there?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Ibrahim, after you, I'll circle back to Jimmy and well-meaning. Ibrahim, you have the floor. You have one question?
Can you give me so I can do my thing and go away? Thank you very much, Cizo. Me, I don't have to come up and ask questions. I'm not here for questions. I'm just enjoying myself. I know we have already set up a trap, and then we have caught the mouse that's always eating our corn. It's just for us to see whether to barbecue that one or to to send it somewhere. And you see my last post, I say I don't think he escaped 1993. He escaped 1999, and very unfortunate for him. Here we are obedient in 2023. So I think there is no way these people will escape this. I think we can go beyond this. After bringing another person to come and explain all what we are doing here, I think I'm just happy that we are over 3,000 here in Nigerians, so that these people can listen. I always say this is one of the things I enjoy with the movement we have is that we are looking for facts. You get educated. People that are coming here every day, when I see Cecil saying, from the book of Google, I say, hey. So I know we are going to go back through we're going to go back through everything that we can, at least to educate people. And thank God, every Sunday, I go on radio too, here in Kaduna. It's a house of program called Enamafta Ariwa. That's finding solution for the northern problems too. And then we repeat the program in the night on Saturday. So we try as much as possible to keep educating, because we think maybe up here in the north, what we really need more is this education. So I think I send this link to a lot of people. I say, okay, come and listen to people from the US you are talking about. Come on, people, listen to people that understand the position. Look and listen to people that can now enlighten you more and where we are, so that it's not about emotions. This is about Nigeria. It's not about this party. What about you are going to, for example, yesterday was somebody called on radio and I was asking me, why is it that the northern elite are not talking? I say they are looking for appointment for their children. They are looking for contract. They are looking for government to keep on helping them to do the things that other Nigerians are supposed to do. So they are not looking for a Nigeria that work for everybody.
They are looking for Nigeria that work for only them and their children. So they can't talk on behalf of everybody. So thank God, at least we are here. We have the obedience and we have the parallel pact. At least we always bring to people. Don't listen. Somebody can buy all the radio station, all the TV station, all the journalists, but you can buy all of us. We always going to come back here and still discuss and bring out the truth. We're not going to lie to about government. We're not going to lie about Tinubu. We're not going to say things just to degrade somebody. We are just going to bring facts because we want to build a country at least that things work. If you look at all the brouhaha we are talking about, almost 480 something cases in the court. That's mean how can an INEC official now look at Nigeria and
Ibrahim, I
still
need
that
you to
man is
round
still
up.
on his seat?
I
Yeah,
need you to
see the-
round up, Ibrahim. Thank you.
yeah, okay. So what I'm just saying is that you look at the quantum of money we spend just for us to elect this kind of people. Look at who is Senate president. Look at what is our president. Look at who are our governors with all the money. So thank God we are here. I want to just say more grease to your elbow. Parallel facts, keep on bringing this thing, bringing the fact and give it to them so that at least Nigeria will believe that we are doing this struggle not for anything, just for Nigeria that will work for everyone. I yield my mic.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. God bless you. Well spoken. Jimmy, you have 2 fire questions for Mr.
Right. Thanks, N6. Real quick.
Sorry, Sisu, I've been here a while. I don't know if you can just give me the mic so I can go down.
Right. Sorry, Mr. Coyden. Let me just go straight at it. 2 questions importantly, on behalf of all Nigerians listening. What is the implication of this internationally? And can anyone from Nigeria file a lawsuit against CSU? I mean, this can go to the state attorney, Mayor Brandon Johnson, FBI in Chicago, CIA, the CPD, Chicago, and state police, or probably, J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois. Those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
All right. So Chicago State is a state university. So you would want to talk to the governor, J.B. Pritzker, who I mentioned in one of my previous articles. He would be responsible for Chicago State University. Mayor Johnson, Brandon Johnson, wouldn't have anything to do with it. Would be absolutely no help. You would contact the Illinois Attorney General, who is a gentleman by the name of Kwame Raoul. Kwame Raoul would be one of the people, if Chicago State, let's say, was found to be doing something criminal, he would be the one that would file the criminal charges. Or he could take Chicago State to court and say, hey, I need more information. I've had to use Attorney General Kwame Raoul's office against Chicago State. Just is, a year ago? I got a lesson from them. We have a law here in the United States called the Freedom of Information Act. What that is, it means that I can ask any public body, Chicago State University being a public school, I can ask them for any public record. So let's say I want to know how much Chicago State spent on gasoline for their transport bus. Okay. I could send that request in. The school would then have to get back to me within 5 days to acknowledge they got my request. And then they have an additional 5 days to respond to my request, or 7 days. It kind of varies, but they need to respond. They're required to respond. So that's why I was saying earlier, people who are asking a lot of these questions, the requests kind of went in as soon as the deposition ended. We got the transcripts. We're just waiting on the responses from Chicago State. But to ask for an investigation, if the public wants to do that, I would definitely reach out to one of the state bodies. In terms of the lawsuit, I'm not a lawyer, so you would have to ask a lawyer that. But what I have heard is that there are individuals in the United States who, Nigerian Americans, who are upset with this whole situation, and perhaps they are organizing to file some type of class action lawsuit against Chicago State to try to get some more answers. That's just something I'm hearing from a lot of people. But as of now, nothing has been filed. So.
Oh yeah, I know
Okay.
about the lawsuit. I'm just asking, like, generally Nigerians in Nigeria. So can they so let me put it this way. So basically the two major people they can direct their complaints to is JB Priska
Yeah,
and Raul.
those
Right?
are your two highest. Those are like two
brilliant.
highest ones, Jim. Them
All
the
right.
two highest ones. Yep.
All right. Cool.
Yep.
All right. Thanks. I hope we can get a coffee over
Oh
here
yes,
sometime
no problem,
very
bro.
soon. Bye.
All right, Mr. Gospel, are you?
All right, thank you very much, my people. Let's move on from here. Let's start talking. I just posted out a link in case you have anything you want to say about what we've listened to so far. We never planned for this, but it's very, very important information that Mr. J. Coyden just came in to pass here to every one of us across the globe. Thank you very much, my people, for your patience. I would like us to quickly add this to it so that this is part of our title, that we presented earlier on. So it would be wrong for us not to at least showcase it here. Let me quickly put this on screen, this article right here, to tally with what we've presented from day one. Please press on the like button, my people. We have over 1,000 people watching us across, and let our voices go far. As you can see right there, I'm just going to take, because of time now, I'm just going to take on the headline. Tinubu certificate, 107 senators urge and caution rule of law as Keyamo and Atiku disagree. Okay, I'd like to quickly, disturbed by the tension trailing President Bola Tinubu, Chicago State University, CSU certificate controversy, 107 non-serving senators have called for caution, respect for the rule of law, and principles of justice in handling the issue. So, although there's more interesting there, but I'm not going to take it because of time. But I would like to also quickly take this one here. In case it's not up to you what you want to. I can see people on the back. Don't worry, I'll add you shortly. Let me quickly just take this, to tally everything up. This one is another good news that we all talked about in the past. As you can see right there, this is it. Breaking news: court sentences police officer who by the Bolanle Rahim to death by hanging. This one happened today. You guys remember this case? We all followed it up. I think it happened during the time last year, December. This woman was pregnant, and this useless man, take her life and the unborn baby. So today, he was sentenced to death by hanging. So it's a good news for everybody that actually voiced out, on behalf. Okay, let me quickly bring this one here, which is the last article that I have for you guys here. Let me quickly just put it right here. Please bear with me for those of you on the backstage. This is the last one. As you all can see, this one is not good at all. This is the Tinubu's son. According to the newspaper right there, what's the name of the newspaper? Premium Times. Tinubu's son abuses public asset, flies presidential jet to watch polo. So the presidential jet, now Tinubu Peking, can they use now to go the watch sport and all that, So people are already complaining. But people that supported APC, this is what you wanted and you are getting it. Because I've asked this question several times. Why are you supporting satanic APC? Why are you supporting Tinubu? And all of this is what you've called for, and you are getting it while you are dying in penury. So I would like to quickly move on by I have a couple of people in the backstage. Let me bring them in. I have Mr. Frank Emmanuel. Then I have Mr. Jonathan Kingsley with us. So thank you very much. All right. I would like to quickly, let me see. Do we still have more? Okay, that is it. Okay, yes, I have one more. Then there's a revelation that came out today, although unverified. That breaking news, Wole Soyinka was rusticated and didn't graduate from UI Obaseki review. the director of research and strategy of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) has revealed that Nobel Prize winner Professor Wole Soyinka attended the University of Ibadan, but he did not finish. He did not. It was rusticated and all that. So I have the full story here, but I don't want to take it. I just wanted us to take everything half, so that we can quickly move on. But somebody actually responded by saying that Professor was busy forming a cult group and forgot to graduate. I have more reaction. Like I said, we're not going to take that anymore. That was not the original plan. The original plan for me to take everything, but we need to start talking right now. Thank you very much, my people, for your time with us. God bless you now. I'd like us to start talking right now. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you right there listening to me, and those of you on the comment section. I appreciate every one of you wonderfully. And I would like to appreciate Dr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, JTD. God bless you. I appreciate you all. Guys, please press on the dollar sign. I understand that some of you don't press on the dollar sign anymore. What is happening? Have we offended you in any way? Remember, we are fighting for a Nigeria, a better Nigeria. We are not here to please any political parties. We are not here, to sit on the fence as well. We are here to say it how it is. We want a better Nigeria. Press on the dollar sign, support what we are doing, encourage what we are doing here. Press on the dollar, the like button as well. Currently, we have 388 likes. Thank you very much for those of you that have liked. We have over 1,000 people listening to us right now. If we can take that like to at least a minimum to 600, that would be nice. Continue to press on the like button. Your thumbs up is very, very important to us for our voices to go far. Thank you. Then I'll call on the first person that we have on the panel today. The first person that joined us today was Madarita. Was it Madarita? No, it was not Madarita.
Madam Patricia, and before
Madam
me.
Patricia. Yes,
Yeah.
Madam Patricia. Madam Patricia, are you available to speak right now, or you want me to skip you for now? Okay, Madam Patricia is not there right now. So I'll go to Madarita. Madarita, please speak to us, then I'll come to give us a mandate. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you
All
all.
right.
Madam.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Good afternoon to everyone and Mommy Diaspora. It's just this information is just overwhelming. Okay, I'm just going to talk about the lady who died, the lawyer that was pregnant with twins last year. May her soul rest in peace. I'm happy there's justice. But however, I know that the lawyers of that of that police officer would go and appeal. That's what they would normally do, and then he will be on death row. I can say, I don't think with the Nigerian system, I don't think that man will be sentenced to death like just the way it was. It's just written on paper because we still have Evans the kidnapper still there. We still have Mr. What's that man? This is Mr. Oji that was, doing what he was doing with human body parts. So he's still alive. They're still in jail. So this is I just think it's ceremonial. But the fact that the courts have sentenced this man, and and we have seen what the result is. But in the end, are they really going to implement what they've written? That's a question for another day. But however, I wish the family of that lawyer, peace, and just closure, anyway, may her soul rest in peace, and may her children's soul rest in peace. For the people complaining about Tinubu using the private jet and all that to go and watch polo game or basketball game or whatever, all of them should enter house. We're not ready to hear all those complaints. We don't. If it's coming from the obedient, as an observation to say this is waste of public funds and all that. But if we look at it in another way, anybody who's if somebody's parent is in a high public office like being the president, definitely all his family members will be protected by the state anywhere they go. But using public using the airline that's supposed to be conveying the president is a different kettle of fish. When the president is not in that airline, when he's not in use, is another kettle of fish. But Nigeria is a society where anything goes for anything. And the person that we are talking about, the fake Bola Ahmed Tinubu now, who is the annex select president, he can do anything he likes. So all these complaints is going into thin air, as far as I'm personally concerned. That's my opinion. So they should enter house if majority of them are shouting, Sheyi is entering private jet and all. Please, we don't even hear that. Right now, what we're focusing on is this man needs to be ousted. This apparition, in the corridors of power in Aso Rock should be ousted because he's a foreigner. We don't know him from Adam. And then what Mr. J. Corden, I just want to say, God bless that man. And, sometimes God brings certain people to your life for a reason and for a face. This man was destined to I'm talking about Jay Corden now. He was destined to bring more light into this matter. And I know that there are more people, they don't necessarily have to be Nigerians, that are going to help Nigerians, to end this fiasco of rascality, in the camp of, in the person of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the fake one. With all the information he gave and all the explanation that he gave, I just think that at this point, Nigerians, we should, for me, there are just two things I'm going to talk about here, based on what Mr. Jay Corden said. The first one is, how are we going to make the American system, through the governor of Illinois, that's J.B. Prescott, that's what he said, and also Kwame Raoul, I think it's Raoul, the Chicago, Illinois Attorney General. What our job is now is we need to start writing to them or have a class action lawsuit talking about this issue. We need their help. Let us just admit it. We need the help of the American justice system, the American system itself, to bring a complete end to this story. Apart from the FBI files of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, this certificate issue, it hasn't ended. And I just want to make something clear. Everybody who is listening, especially those who are making excuses for this grandmaster of forgery and criminality, one thing needs to be clear. This matter, it will never go away. No matter what the Supreme Court says, whatever their judgment might be, it would never, ever go away. Even if you're a supporter or you're sitting on the fence, you're making comments, or you're trying to give excuses, this matter will never go away. My personal experience with people who have been, people who I thought the respectable people in the society, significantly older than me, that I liaise with, and majority of them giving excuses. What they have said now is that, oh, we are spewing so much hatred, the story is just becoming too much. So my answer to them is like, is it that the truth is so painful? Now you just have to look at it in such a way that it's now like, why are you hating on this man? Even if we have consistently said it's not about Peter Obi, it's not about being the Obi, it's about Nigeria. It's about the future and the soul of Nigeria. So what they do now, they've said we are rude. We don't know how to talk. We shout. We are fascists. We are very bitter. Now it's like the hatred is too much on this man. They're not trying to personalize it. Please, my people, do not be cajoled. If somebody responds to you and tell you that the hatred people have for this man is too much, or they'll tell you, oh, because he's a Yoruba man and because I'm a Bini woman, that is why I'm saying it, because he's not my Yoruba brother. Tufiakwa. I know the real Yoruba men. The real Yoruba men, REAL in capital letter, the real men like Pa Adebanjo, Dele Farotimi, give us our mandate, and many other real Yoruba men now that are listening to the sound of my voice will know that it's not about being tribal. We know that it's not that I hate Bola Ahmed Tinubu or whatever his name is, or I hate the man that calls himself Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Adekunle. That is not the point. The real people know the truth. Because if someone like Pa Adebanjo, with his age and experience about Nigeria, even as a country, the renaming of Nigeria and how we got our independence, he's still alive. And he's sitting down to talk about the truth, about the issues of what we are facing today, from the constitution to even the person that APC is supporting. If a man like that, the same Yoruba man speaking up like that, is telling us the truth, then please shield your sword. Those of you who are saying because it's an Igbo thing, or now maybe they're afraid to say it's a Bini thing, because Mr. Naja, what is a Bini man? And I'm a Bini woman. And I'm waiting for that person to say it, because Pa Adebanjo, who is one of the greatest Yoruba man that is still alive today, one of the greatest Yoruba man that is still alive today, is saying that this man is a fraud. He's saying that this man, does not fit to even be a local government chairman, not to talk of being a president of over 200 million people. If a Yoruba man is saying that, he's a Yoruba man like Pa Adebanjo does not believe in the local mentality, or it is our turn, it's our tribe's turn mentality. If a man like that I'm just using him. I'm not even using Dele Farotimi now. There's a reason why I'm using Pa Adebanjo, and I know some of you know why. If a man like that, whose head is screwed in the right direction, who he does not have amnesia, who doesn't even have the mental illness of somebody his age, because God has blessed him. If a man is still standing today and his words has not been changed, that's saying that Bola, the man that calls himself Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is fake. He's not fit to be president. A Yoruba man, a true Yoruba man is saying that. Then you have no audacity to tell me or anybody who is not Yoruba that what we are saying is based on tribal sentiment, or perhaps I am being emotional. Isn't that the normal word? I'm being too emotional. Let us go on technicality. You have been emotional. You don't like him before. So this is just a yardstick to attack the man. And we are attacking him. Look, it's not even us that are talking now. People who are not even Nigerians. The matter has spread. Listen, this matter, it ain't gonna go away. The matter not they go away. Let me speak PG. The matter, it not go come out. It not go away, no matter what you people say. You can call us all kinds of names. Tribalistic, fascist, bitter, rude, and we are shouting too much. Every day is this topic, they don't get another topic. It's okay. This matter, it not go come out. It go finish that to the end. It is not over until it's over. It is not over yet. So that's why we must keep talking about it. And then for that, Michael Atronuga, you know what? It's a proof that it's to everyone that at least 90% of Nigerians, they have a price. When you see someone like in fact, not even Michael Choniga is even too far. Someone like Festus Kayamo, who was a protege of Chief Gani Faweini, against this same man, because he has a price, he's not giving excuses. Even if we have seen media publications of what he wrote against this apparition in Aso Rock. So it just presents that the present day in Nigeria is very hard to find men of integrity, men and women, because some people say I'm a feminist, men and women who have integrity. It just shows that everybody has a price. And let me not say everybody, majority of Nigerians, if I say 80%, I think I would say unfair, has a price. You remember that man, Abdul Karim, just now in that what we're listening to? He said many of the northerners, see, they're quiet. Why are they quiet? Because they're only interested in finding jobs for themselves or their children. They don't care about Nigeria. Most of their investment is not in Nigeria, so they don't care if the country is run down. Their own is, I'm just there to just get my national cake. So someone like Michael Atronuga coming on a rise now, trying to make it seem as if, Mikano, his former boss, has no moral right to come and talk. It's just APC is scouting for traitors. It's scouting for daddy Jews. It's scouting for professors. It's scouting for entertainers. It's scouting for influencers. It's scouting for so many media houses, even on social media. That's what they're scouting for now, desperately. Right now, everybody has a price. That is the way of a drug baron. They feel how much does he want, so that he can continually twist and turn the story. That's just what is playing out now. And many of them are coming. Many of them are coming. So we are seeing more and more. We are going to see more, and we are not surprised. I'm not particularly surprised anyway. And then I'm happy that Arise brought that issue of, Serap, saying that they might, go against the NBC, kind of infringing on the rights, the freedom of press and freedom of speech, especially relating to Barrister Kenneth Okonkwo. And I think Arise had to put it out there, because it's kind of like an indirect warning to, not really warning per se, is also a message to the NBC that, hey, however, you are giving us a last warning letter, but this is what Serap is saying, and we are going to follow through. And they just had to put it out there. I don't think it was really necessarily for the sake of Kenneth Okonkwo. It's just for the Arise TV people. And then that guy that was talking about, he said, is Bola, is it a prefix or a suffix? We need to know. Those of you who are Yoruba people, you understand? Someone cannot just be called Bola. I mean, okay, let me use I'm a Benin woman now. Your name cannot just be Osa, O-S-A. Is that Osakpama, Osareme, Osaze, Ogosa? So is that the Osa is in the beginning, in the middle, or at the end? So it's the same thing. He's trying to explain that what is the full name? What is it a prefix or a suffix? Is Bola, is it before the actual full name, or is after the name? So, and I'm very happy, these kinds of things. See, when you're not truthful, you now give room for people to now investigate deeper and deeper and deeper. It's like a ball of lies. When you keep lying, the ball gets bigger and bigger, and that's what is going on now. Whether the man at body loan, that's whether he's sick or whether he's hiding, one day the rat must come out from the hole. The rat must come out from the hole. Whether the rumor that he's sick or is not sick, that's really not over 200 million Nigerians business right now. That's not the business of the woman who cannot pay her children's fee, or the business of the woman now who is in the maternity ward and there's no medical service for her. That's not our business, whether he's sick or not. Whether he's going to come out of the hole. Either way, you need to bring some doctors from France to give him more, maybe morphine or whatever it is that they give to him to come out and, so that he won't be slurry in his speech. So that's this for Sunday Igboho's release. Well, it is what it is. Everybody's supposed to have freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And I believe that's what he was doing based on whatever it is he believes in. And if they have to free him, if he's free now, according to the courts in Benin Republic, so be it. Congratulations to him. But if you want to now just oppose it with someone like Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, who is also in
yeah, 1 minute. Thank you.
Oh, I have 1 minute left. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. This man, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the one that calls himself Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is 9 years older than his daughter. He went to the so-called Ariola, Sempo Ariola, school, which was non-existent. The government college Ibadan, he said he went to, and then he now flipped and says government college Lagos in 1970. Those schools were not created, prior to, those schools were created after 1970. He now said he went to University of Chicago. He now changed it to Chicago State University. There's no proof of, graduating, and then the transcript has nothing that is likened to the person that we are seeing, who is a man. We don't know if he's a hermaphrodite, if he's into the trans community. I believe his daughter is in New York, one of his daughters. She's part of the trans community in New York. This is not allegedly. She has put it on her handle in support of them, and she kind of looks like them. So hey, so if it's part of it, let us know. The thing is, just present who you are and allow people to accept you for who you are. This is a lesson to everybody. If you know this is who you are, show yourself who you are. It tells a lot about you. So anybody who will love you for who you are. You don't need to lie. You don't need to pay people. You don't need to keep making rubbish yourself, rubbish your lineage, rubbish your children, rubbish your entire country just because of your selfish reason, your selfish ambition. So this is just it's just a test to everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Madam Rita. God bless you. Thanks for your submission. Let me quickly move on to the next person. Give us a mandate. Thank you, sir, for your patience with us. Please talk to us 8 minutes.
Well, thank you very much for the time. Hopefully, I'm coming out clearly and everyone can hear me. Greetings
Yes.
to you and then the panelists, people on comment session. Greetings to everyone. Glad to be here again doing this again today. It's a fight for the soul of Nigeria. Nigeria must get better. Things must change. Regardless of what they're trying to do, the country is bigger than some few people. The country is bigger than the corrupt politicians and whoever they think they are. The country have to get better, and then we have to get it right. Now, people may say America is about 200 years old and things like that. Nigeria does not have to get to 200 years old before it get better. As a matter of fact, the reason why we have where we are today and why we are doing this is the fact that we've seen our countries rise from obscurity into limelight. We've seen countries that are not even as old as Nigeria doing better things. China basically got independence maybe the same time Nigeria got independence, if I'm still correct. But today you cannot compare Nigeria and China because the gap is very, very different. It's very, very wide, the margin. Countries like Malaysia, Dubai, these are countries that Nigeria used to pay. Some country came to Nigeria to come get palm kernel and then when they went back to their country and then changed things. They turned their country around. Dubai is where it is today because they, they decided our country must get better. Nigeria used to give Dubai money to go pay their people. But today, what is happening? So regardless of where you are on the divide, one thing you must understand, and I need this to go into the heads of the APC, into the heads of the people supporting Chief Numbu, into the heads of the people that have sold their conscience, like Michael, the guy that went on Arise TV to go defend Festus, senior advocate of nonsense, to go defend him. You must realize that the cry that we're crying today, the shout, the political engagement is just for the soul of Nigeria. And why is that so pertinent and so vital and critical? It is critical because Nigeria cannot more play. Nigeria cannot play again on the world stage. Now, Nigeria is not recognized anymore on the world stage. Nigeria has now become a laughing stock in the eyes of the world. As a matter of fact, I saw I saw a post again today that says that um, because of Tinubu's forged certificate, World Education Service. I think I have that link for you, Mr. Helbis, in the private chat if you want to share it later on with the people. Now, more scrutiny, more investigations on Nigerian people because of one man. It doesn't have to get this worst for us to get it right. It is not a Nigerian thing to forge certificate. It's a Tinubu thing to forge certificate. If you're going to forge something, you won't say, oh, because my countryman is doing it, I have to go and do it also. No, you decide to go do it. So it's a Tinubu thing to forge that certificate. And so the reason why it became so important and so critical that we have to speak to this is the fact that we have every natural resources. I mean, we are blessed with both natural resources and then human resources. All over the world, you can see Nigerians doing better things in various nations of the world. When it comes to Nigeria, the wicked politicians, the looters, and then the evil operation, they take over the stage and then they decide what happened to over 200 million Nigerians. It is so critical that we have to speak and continue to speak and even go on peaceful protest. Just so we make sure that this evil must end. There was a lifetime in the history of America where the people stood up and said, you know what, this evil must stop, and it has to stop. Just beside Nigeria, you have Ghana. There was a time in the history of Ghana when a man stood up in the name of Jerry Rawlings and said, this evil must stop, and the evil did stop. Do you guys know that the same time that Mohbad protest was going on in Nigeria, peaceful protest was going on, Joseph Mohbad, Ghanaians were protesting on the street of Ghana. And the police did not drop anybody on the street of Ghana. What were they fighting for? They were fighting against their president because he has no clue on how to run the government. No tear gas was shot at the people in Ghana. Just a neighboring same African country on the same Western region. But what happened to Nigeria? Everything has been captured by the evil people in power. And today, you can now see men that you want to emulate as people that have dignity. They've now turned to people that sold their conscience. Has it occurred to you that someone like even the likes of Wale Soyinka, I mean, people that you want to look up to, they sold their conscience for what? For just some few corns. People are losing their mind. People are selling they don't care. They can even go on live TV just to go spin lie for this same call man. You said you went to Chicago State University. Your name is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. All of a sudden now you're adding Adekunle to your name. And the question is it now Bat or Bahat? I don't know how we're going to pronounce this now. I really don't know. Like, what kind of, like, I really don't know. The likes of Fela Duro Toye now, as now all of a sudden, before now, he was a political aspirant vying for the office of the president. Now he's become a special advisor to this evil operation. And you ask yourself, how did you get here? We all know how we got here. So that is not a question we should ask. What we should now do is how to throw these people out of where they sit now. Because you and I know how we got here. And I'll keep saying, one of them has told us that until Nigerians activate Amechi 101, politicians will not do the right thing. Amechi told us, he said, use Amechi 101. And Amechi 101 is just basically Nigerians do this. Once you start doing this, then Nigerian politicians will sit right. Now, the young man that went on a rise this morning to go defend Keyamo, there is no how you defend Tinubu that you will not look stupid, because he himself is a stupid man. And that's not an abuse. You can look into the dictionary to be, I mean, over here in America, they say you act stupidly. The man is stupid. Like you said, you went to a school. The school during this position said to the people that whatever certificate he presented to INEC was not issued by CSU. And you went to Chatham House some days before now during the campaign that Chicago State University just issue you the original of your certificate. And Jake Coyden said, it is either you have the original of your certificate or you have a replacement. You cannot have the replacement of the original. That was what Jake Coyden said. And so how is this difficult for the APC members to understand that this guy is a forger of a certificate? And if that does not even probably make sense to you people that lacks wisdom and lacks understanding, okay, only Tinubu said he went to Government College Lagos in 1970. The school was founded in 1974. The question is, was Tinubu or is Tinubu the founder of Lagos, of Government College Lagos? Did he found the school? Was he the one that actually laid the foundation of the school? Was he the one that cut the ribbon to inaugurate the school? Tinubu said he went to primary school, Aroloye. There is no Aroloye primary school, but they just said that there is no primary school called Aroloye in Lagos. Bode George confirmed that. Now, only Tinubu said he has 4 different birth certificates: 1951, 1952, 1954, thereabout, if I still remember, and then one more. My question is Tinubu an Abiku? That is the question. Tinubu, say Abiku Ninisa. Are you an Abiku that you have 4 different birth certificates? That tells you that this guy is a perfecter when it comes to forgery. He didn't just start the act. He started the act so many years ago. And so that's why he can tell the people in Chatham House, power is not served a la carte. You snatch it, you grab it, and you run with it. And how do you do that? Like Werewike did in River State. They went to the polling unit, chased the people away, went ahead and tipest all of the results by changing obese vote. All of the votes that were casted for LP for the presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, they turned those votes to Tinubu's vote. It is there. Even on RFT today, Obi is the one that won the election. So how is that not making sense to the crumb eaters, the Almajiris of Oshogbo, all of the Albaku of Lagos? How is this not making sense to you? And you are even bent on telling lies because of this evil drug baron, even on live TV, like one of you did some days ago. Rufai asked him a simple question. Mr. Azan, the chairman of Etiosa, Nigerian Bar Association, Etiosa chapter. Rufai asked him, Mr. Azan, have you read the disposition? And Mr. Azan said, yes, he has read it. Rufai asked him again, Mr. Azan, have you read in the entirety of the disposition? Mr. Azan said, yes, I have read it. Rufai asked Mr. Dele Farotimi. Dele Farotimi said, Rufai, I will not lie to you like Mr. Azan because I have not read it. So it was now glaring when Rufai started asking questions that the chairman, Nigerian Bar Association, Etiosa chapter, did not read the disposition. And if that guy is still the chairman of Etiosa, Nigerian Bar Association, if he's still their chairman, then it means that the whole bar association of Etiosa local government, they are corrupt. Because that guy should have been asked to vacate his seat for telling lies on national TV. So my question to you, whether you are a Yoruba person, whether you are Igbo person, whether you are Osa person, whether you are Shekiri supporting this evil, how much more do you want us to tell you? And like you had Jay Corden said on this channel today, how much more will you want to take? How much more of your neck you want to stick out to defend this evil operation? Our country is bleeding. People are being pied every day, kidnapped everywhere. Children cannot go to school anymore because of what is happening. This government lack clue on what to do to get the country better. Is it not a good idea for us all to come together and let the man that has the understanding to get to the power, to get to the seat, and then we begin to heal our country and get our country back? Nigerians, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, let's think, let's join hand and get things right. Thank you very much. I will speak on Sunday on the next round. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, my brother. God bless you. Thanks for your submission. All right, I would like to quickly take this one right here, my people. As you can see now, this situation of Tinubu's forgery certificate has started affecting not just Nigeria, but other countries. As I can see here, breaking news, Tinubu's certificate forgery saga has started affecting not just Nigeria, but other West African countries. West Education Service now require all WAEC and NECO results coming from Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Gambia be sent directly by WAEC and NECO. You know what this one means, so my people? It means, say, if you listen to me now, especially those who are they support APC, if you want to come study tomorrow now, maybe for UK, all your results, anyway, they say clean conscience, fear no accusation. I've been up sure talk. So all your results, we take go primary, secondary, whatever, WAEC and everything for Nigeria will be sent directly from your school, WAEC, NECO, all of them. Not you by yourself anymore, the way it used to be. Every countries now, Western world, have tightened their bet just because of one person. When we talk for you, and I say, no, you're attacking with hate. You're attacking with hate, right? No wahala. I thought I should bring that in for you guys to understand what the current situation of what we are facing. Why today, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is still appointing more people. Me, myself, I can't surprise you. Me don't understand. How many people wanted this man cabinet? He just tried solid. I don't know whether he constitute if he still they appoint all these people or now the cabals. Now they do all this. As you all can see right there, President Tinubu appoint Fela Dorotoye, others as presidential media aides. So I thought I should bring this one in as well. Okay, but meanwhile, I'm not going to read it though, but I just tried to bring it in. This one is coming from Punch. Let me call on the next person to speak to us. Mr. Chuksobibo, thank you very much, sir, for your patience. I'd like you to talk to us. Good evening to you once again. 8 minutes, sir.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mr. Elvis. Good evening, fellow panelists. Good evening, everybody watching us and those on the comment section. Please like, subscribe, and share. This attack we are having, the more we like and subscribe, then we know that the channel is true for real. Is doing the right thing.
Exactly.
So please like and share. It's very, very important. Yeah. It's a the video, the last this thing you connected is very, very, very nice and educational, because there's a lot of things where we Nigerians are questioning that are answered there. For example, he gave us a clue now that we can our people who is living around the US can approach, not just people living around US. We can all write these names they mentioned, and get answers probably, or force them to do the right thing, because a university that has no record, I don't know if I'm one of the students there, I will be asking questions. What is the value of this result you gave to me? Because the more this scandal goes on, the more people will start to look, including employers, look at the direction of the school. Because just like this breaking news, it will affect so many people, and that is what it is for the university. So it's a very wonderful this thing, and I will continue to listen to that after we end up here, because I want to get so many answers that the guests are providing. It's very, very important, because especially all those videos they played for him, all those voices they played for him, for people coming to talk, you can design. It's all over Google. You can design anything that they give you just for you to feel happy, just to put on your wall. But as soon as you take it outside, it becomes a crime. Once you want to use it for something that you will gain from, it becomes a crime. And that is what we're talking about. Tinubu's certificate. It's meant to deceive. Like all these people who are making all sort of arguments. Oh, he did not forge it, or people can actually go and design and do whatever they want. Please, if you come out here to present something, you are saying you own it. And there's a lot of APC coming to gaslight people, like the man who came to defend what is it called, Festus Sakamu. The one who came he was questioning, are you asking for the result, and are you take me go school? I mean, it's unbelievable. Once you're a public figure, you are there to present it, whether you like it or not. I am your employer. That is what it's saying. So if I'm your employer and I ask you to present that, you will not present it to me. This is the kind of stupid argument these people are making. And they are calling themselves leaders. It's very, very, I don't know how to say it. But it's very, very bad on Nigeria. And this is I mean, if I go to work today, I don't discuss Nigeria. If you are bringing it anywhere close to me, I'm running away. Because what would I say? Africans are asking us questions. Europeans are asking us questions. America, in fact, the whole world are asking us questions. It is very, very hard to be in Nigeria at this moment. Very, very difficult. All Nigerians are facing the same thing. Whether you are at home, you are in diaspora, you are facing the same thing. Because this is not a small thing. It's not. But APC and these people who have been dealing with us, they make it so light, make it as if it is nothing. It's very, very, I don't know. Every time I look at this, and we are talking about the justice system here. How can we come out of this? Because all these people, they went back and destroy everything. Imagine the one that bringing to us now is nobody even have the right to question his credentials, except if you belong to the same party. You see, these people on the National Assembly, they are our problem. The biggest criminal we have in Nigeria at this National Assembly. In the past, you can do that. But right now, we didn't know when we were shouting, amend this, amend that. We didn't know they went back and destroyed the whole thing. And that is why they are telling you go to court. Because when you go to court, you know this man did not qualify, and they told you you have no right because you are just accusing them for accusing sake. You don't have any right to say it because you don't belong to their political party. This is unbelievable, and this is where our problem really are. You know, we can cry anything about the courts, but look at what they put before us. How can we come out of this? We Nigerians, we need to take our country back. These people who we yielded our power to act on our behalf, they are not acting on our behalf. And until we decide to take the power we gave to them back by ourselves, I don't think we can come out of this quagmire. We can hope all we want, but I'm just saying it as I say it. We should start preparing ourselves, waiting for Supreme Court. I don't have any trust at all, because hearing all the kinds of argument they are bringing on board now, and backing it out with the constitution or the law they created, not even the constitution, because in the constitution it made it clear, and now they are telling us that the law they created day before yesterday can override the constitution. I'm very, very worried. And that's why I'm calling upon Nigerians. Let us not wait on this until this rain start beating us again. Let us get ready, get our umbrellas, and start preparing, because it's gonna rain. It's gonna rain. I don't have any confidence it's gonna rain. So the question is, how are we going to stop that rain from beating us? I yield here, Mr. Elvis. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chukwu, thank you very much. Yeah, if it rains, the rain is going to beat everybody. So if we have the way to stop the rain now from raining at all, it's better we do it now. You know, because some people, they are fighting back. Thank you for your submission. God bless you all right there. Please continue to press on the like button, people. I'd like to appreciate Patricia Saiten, Northfield, my dear sister. Thanks for your super chat. Thank you to Elizabeth Gomez. Appreciate you all. Now God bless you now, my people. Thank you. Okay, we'll not take calls. It's been like I said, I don't take call now. Say we there here. Okay, let me pick up. Love God is my strength. Thank you very much, madam. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Please, I just want to ask a question. The last topic that you talk about, Fela Durotini, that is working for Tinubu now as APC. I didn't hear you properly. The last one you took.
Yeah, you know, they were appointed for presidential aides.
I can't believe it. I'm trying to. He's working for Tinubu now. Nigeria. Please, thank you.
Yes,
That was what I've been calling him. He's not picking my phone. I can't believe it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The doctor. Now that's how they come there now. All right. Adolai was. Oh, we lost you there. Adolai was. Okay, you're calling back. Hello, good evening to you. Adolai was. Thanks for calling in. Please talk to us.
Good evening, my brother, Mr. Elvis. This one not the English matter.
Thank you.
All what you show today, what I want to talk about now be the media. Yeah, I use this opportunity to talk to the media way in Nigeria. If they not get up now, if this Tinubu go through all this plan where they plan, make them just carry their load the entire house as Sister Rita they talk. Because once this man get away with all these things, now be say media not go stand for Nigeria again. Make they rise up. People will know say their minds, they go feel they talk the truth. Make they select themselves. Make everybody division of labor. Make we feel carry this man come up for there, whether now man or woman. So this is the time for solution. This is the time for solution, a real solution. All those media house, because as I used to say, communication is power. With the help of technology, we can do much more, if I'm not mistaken. So that is my own submission for now. I greet everybody in the panel. I love you guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my brother. That's okay. Please help us to press on the like button and help us to share. You guys know that fella, what's his name, Edorotoye, was the presidential candidate of Alliance for Nigeria Party ANNPP for the 2019 presidential election. So he's the one that is currently appointed now by Tinubu. Tinubu don't carry everybody, all of them. They surround itself. But meanwhile, let's move on. Let me call on the next person to hear, because of time, I'd like to call on Frank Emmanuel. Thank you very much, sir, for your patience with us. Please talk to us. You have 8 minutes. Everybody stick to your time, please. Thank you, sir.
My brother Elvis, good afternoon, good evening once again. This Felagilo story matter, they pay me right now. It's so painful. Waiting. It's like this Abado man is just focusing on all the people that he knows that are really fighting against bad government, and he's giving them appointment. What kind of
But sorry, Mr. Frank, can I interject you quickly?
Go ahead.
1 minute. So if you say that means, I think with this that is happening, it just shows to us that maybe in the secret, Fela is not who we think he is. And now, because how can you pick up this appointment if you're standing for the truth? That's just my own thinking.
In fact, sir, this thing, Fela, I have known this guy personally. This one just said that personally, the last time before I came over to the US, he visited us in Port Harcourt. We had some leadership, kind of a Christian kind of leadership meeting. I know what this guy said about bettering the country. I know this stuff. Instead, I even have one of his books. But you see why I believe Elvis sometimes when he talks some certain things about this give satanic, like let me use this word, satanic politicians. A lot of them are coming like angels, projecting themselves as they are holier than thou. But when the chiefs are down, you now know their real true color. Imagine this guy. This is in the heat of situation like this that everybody is angry. They present this thing to you now. Okay, let me just use as an example now with this painful situation that we are facing in our country, and they say, okay, give us our mandate. Because I want to make you the youth minister. Will you take it? If you that you know that you're standing on integrity, I know you won't take it. Or they call EVIX and say, oh, Mr. Evie, I know you have people, you have a good platform where you can reach out to young Nigerians, you know, that we can galvanize people to make sure that our country move forward, and they offer you this thing. I know EVIX will turn it down. That is how I expect this guy to do. That is what I expect him to do. Eh? Kai! God forbid. It is well. No one they said, no one like they said, not all everything that glitters is gold. It's unfortunate. Fella, you disgrace me. In fact, after let me just put my head together. Tomorrow I'm going to call him. I hope he picks my call. All right, let me go back to this J coding. There is something that he said that really struck me. He talked about that this certificate. There's a question they throw at him that they say that if can somebody get a certificate outside the school, maybe like a third party and all that, which he said yes, it's possible in the United States. He said it's possible and it's done, you know, but he knows that for most of the time it's like those who are citizens of the United States that they can do that, and when they do that, and maybe they get a job, and the employer decided to verify, and they found out that the certificate was forged, wasn't didn't originate from the school itself, that means probably it can be sacked from the job. That is for a citizen. That is for someone who is a citizen of the United States. But in a situation where you are not a citizen, I think that same question was asked, if I'm not mistaken. You know, I know he said a lot. If you are not a citizen of the United States and you lived in the United States, probably on a particular status, and maybe you're able to get did the same thing of going online to just forge just get a document as a credential for yourself and all that, and you decided to use it outside the United States. Let's say, for instance, Nigeria, African country, which we will decide to verify the authenticity of what you brought in, claiming that you study in XYZ school in the United States, and only for them to verify that they didn't issue that. Like in the case of Tinubu, that means it is seen as fake. Not just seen as fake, your employer will definitely, without looking back, definitely, fire you, which is the right thing to do, So, but in the case of this man, he is not a citizen of the United States, and the certificate he got, I don't think he has worked with it in the United States, and any employer in the state here has verified it and said, oh, it's okay. I don't think so. That's number one. Then number two, the social security of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as at the point of admission. What is the social security that is there in the system? These are the things that you need to look, because people can have similar names. If you're here, you can have similar names, but what distinguishes A from B is the social security, which I know. So these are the things that we should really look at. They should really look at. Really serious investigation need to be done. Like he said, I think CSU also have their own flaws. Maybe they've been into the dealings of this kind of thing over the years, because the way the guy spoke really shows that CSU has not been a transparent institution to study, So I think they also have their own foul play somehow. And one major thing he talked about was, as per me, I know any student that graduates from any school, even back home in Nigeria, and the person happens to be just a minister or even a governor, that institution will honor him, will give it. Like Jonathan, I know he has a honor or a PhD, the PhD honorary degree. That PhD was honorary degree from the University of Port Harcourt. Why? Because he has been a deputy governor, a governor, and vice president, and eventually president. So it's like how will I call it? It's like a plus for the school. It's like a selling point for the school. As we have produced a president, we have produced a minister. It's a good thing for them, But Chicago hasn't done that. That is a big question that we really need to look at too, because it's a good thing for them to showcase this man, to say, one of our alumnus actually graduated here, and he's now a president of Nigeria, which he pointed out, which makes sense, but they haven't done that. Anyway, that aside, this Atiku gate.
Please round up, sir.
Okay, this Atiku gate, this guy is a hustler. Let me put it that way. He's just looking for where to grab and all that to make money. Before now, he hid his face. When he was doing Atiku gate, he hid his face, and he was even doing like in one ninja, talking, thinking that Atiku is him. And one thing I like about Atiku, with all these things, he never said anything. With all the nonsense Wike did, he never said anything. He just kept quiet and looking at all of them. That's one area I respect that man per se, because if it were other people, it would have been a different story. So that guy is a shame. I know this guy has employed him, Keyamo, to continue from where he stopped, but let's see how far they're going to go. But like Madam Rita said, we're not going to stop. We'll continue pushing till we see the end of this whole thing. Whatever CJN want to do, let him go ahead and do whatever he want to do. But the bottom line is that this thing, we will chase it we will see the bottom of it. Thank you for now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your wonderful submission.
Handed over to the police officer responsible for the death of Mrs. Bolale. That's something that is good. At least the family gets a closure to this, to the family, and I pray that they will also get the strength and the fortitude to bear the loss, because it's an eternal loss to that family. But at least they get judgment and they get closure to that. So I just want to quickly, highlight that the CSU thing, Sister Rita said something earlier. She said this is not going away. In fact, if I have to use an in fact, that is a title on its own. It's a title, a title of an article. That in itself, this is not going away. It's going nowhere. Tinubu is a forger. CSU has case to answer. Seriously. They can run. CSU now can run. But CSU cannot hide. The journalist, Croydon, I don't know if I pronounce his name very well. That's the video the conversation that you presented earlier, where there was this question and answer with the Chicago journalist. He said something very, very profound, very serious. He said at some point the president will have to come out. She will have to come out and undo this, because whether she likes it or not, she will be tracked down somewhere, and very soon. And that will not be too palatable for her. And someone like him will be there. And they will ask her this question. And that will overtake whatever event or whatever thing she might have gone there to do. So they can run, but they can't hide. They have to come clean on this matter. CSU have a serious case to answer. And again, as the last speaker said, I don't know whether it's the last speaker or the one before the last, it's a good thing that one of your own become the president of a country. How many universities can lay claim to that? Even fantastic, one of the best universities, they can't even lay claim to that. And you are not, it's even a state university in the United States. You have one of your own becoming the president of a country. That is in itself. Yes, I agree with that in its entirety. It's a selling point. In fact, in your library now, in your school, you will even have it there. It's something that you should be proud of. Your president will go out all the way and be talking about it. At some point, even at Tinubu's inauguration, it's a thing of pride to invite the president of his alma mater to his inauguration. And she will be there wherever the president is. It's a good thing, but they can't do this. He can't do this. Tinubu himself. Chicago State University cannot even attach itself to this man. But whatever the cover-up is, this is not going away. It will be, at the end of the day, the entire truth will come out. There's this thing we call in Yoruba language, there's this people we call in Yoruba language, they call them Abobakus. The people that will die with the Oba. That is the sign up to die with the Oba, with the king, no matter what. These are these people. Chicago want to go down because of Tinubu or what? Are they Abobakus? As we have them all across Nigeria, they are people that are ready to die for this man. For nothing. Sacrifice your entire career, your entire, family. Sacrifice it for this man. Are they even thinking at all? One thing is important though, the impact of all of this. We can't even emphasize the damage that will come out of this. But in the coming days, weeks, and months, we will be seeing it. The people even in Nigeria, all these psychopaths that are coming out defending this nonsense, this criminality, they cannot even fathom the impact, the negative, what will come out of this, the fallout of this. I wish they know by now, because it's going to be devastating. That they can take it to the bank. It's not going to end here. It's not going to end here. Festus Keyamo and his guys, they know the truth. Clearly, they know the truth. Festus Keyamo is a psychopath. That's who he is. The privacy argument, when I think it was 2 days ago, you show his tweet or is it article or a tweet, or something like that, putting out this privacy argument. Another attempt to take Nigerians for a ride. How can you be putting forward a privacy argument in this matter? When the certificate itself was submitted by Tinubu to a public agency, INEC, it is not what is private about that. It is no longer a subject of privacy. The document is publicly available document. So what privacy are you alluding to? Rather than just trying to take Nigerians for a fool, taking them for a ride. That's what they are doing here. And this guy today, this one that you show, this video, this article that you mentioned about this fella Dorotoye. For me, I'm not entirely disappointed. They are all over the place. They are just the likes of even all these people that represented Labour Party. They rode on the back of Peter Obi, get elected. They are all there now. None of them is speaking true. They are also not speaking. None of them is coming out to say something. They are not on record. They are not on record. You have to put yourself on record. Even if you are worthy of the position of a public office that you hold now, you should be on record on this matter. And this is Tinubu's way of doing his own unity government, call it a national, trying to get people, buy people all over the place. And their reason, they always have this reason, their argument. Even Festus Keyamo, they will say they will do better when they are inside than when they are outside. That is anybody. Go and meet Fela Durotoye now. That is if he's bombarded, that is going to be his argument. He's going to state it out. It will do better on the inside than on the outside. Another fallacy, another error, judgment error. You will do inside. What gives you the idea that you will do better on the inside with an evil system, without first getting rid of that evil and satanic system? Cleanse it entirely. You can't do nothing. They will rope you in. You will become one of them. In fact, you will now become even worse. Not even Peter Obi can do anything successfully in Nigeria without first of all clearing everything. Nobody can do. You can. The thing is rotten. Nobody can come here and fool Nigerians and say, I am joining this party, these satanic people, so that I will be able to influence them. I'll be able to do better. You will do nothing. Nothing that you will do. You will even once you get in, you'll be roped in. They will have things on you, and then you can't talk again. That's the end of you politically. You cannot do anything good again politically. It's unfortunate for the likes of Fela Durotoye, at this time. They're all psychophants. It's all what they are just looking for their own, looking for their pockets, And again, finally, I just want to make it clear. Please, all this idea that is running all over the place, all these people coming out, talking about vendor, this CSU saga, talking about vendor. There is nowhere in that thing that the school mentioned vendor. Nothing like that. There was nothing like that. But there were proof that CSU does not keep, that CSU keep only original diploma. And they said they keep original diploma. And they asked, it's all there. It's all there for anybody listening right now. You can pull it up in pages 21 and 22. It's just simple. It's a 1 minute, 2 minute read. Pages 21, 22 is all there. So they don't let them continue to parade this idea that there's a public a vendor somewhere. That's a lie from the pit of hell. But at the end of the day, we are all waiting. We'll see how it pans out at the end of the day from the Supreme Court. As I always say, they will have to dance naked. Either they will dance naked now, not just only in the front of Nigerians, but in the front of the entire world. I will leave it at that for now, Mr. Elvis. If I have time again to say something with respect to Igboho's release, that's a political issue. There's time for that, but we'll deal with that. Thanks very much. I really appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Thanks for your submission. All right, we have 3 to go that have not said anything, so I have to give the opportunity to speak. Madam Busy Brains, are you there with us? Okay.
Yes,
Madam
yes,
Busy Brains.
I am. Sorry, it took me a while to unmute myself. Good evening, Oga Elvis. Good evening, honestly, and well done for keeping watch. For all the panelists as well, for all your consistency. Well done. I greet every one of us. I observe all protocol. Nigeria. But talking is power. Our mouth is our weapon. And we can see what we are achieving with our mouth. We should not be deterred or discouraged because it is not going to be easy. Let me just take us back and just give us a bit of, let me go to the Bible. It would have been a done deal by now. Everybody would have believed that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. He died and he rose again. But for the mere fact that the Pharisees told the guards who were present when the angel came, when Jesus Christ rose from the death, and the angels told everybody, they saw it and they fainted. They went back and told the Pharisees. What did the Pharisees say? Lie, go and lie. So propaganda started long ago. They went and lied that it was the disciples that came, knocked the guards off, and then stole Jesus's body away so that they can go and lie that Jesus rose from the dead. So you can see how they've changed the course of history by sheer propaganda. And that is the reason why we need to talk. That is the reason why we need to push back. Because propaganda, in as much as it is rooted in lies, most of the time, it is powerful if nothing is done to counter it. That is why Niger Watch, God bless you for a platform like this. And as many platforms that are out there that are truth tellers, that are pushing back on this narrative that these diabolical, satanic, evil demons are out there propagating to confuse people and steal what does not belong to them. We cannot sit down on the sidelines and allow them to run with it. No, we will not allow it. I came across on YouTube, somebody, no, it wasn't on, it was on Twitter, somebody copied a discussion that they must have heard of the Agbado camps. They are trying to use influencers. They are asking for influencers, identify influencers to go and pay them so that they can skew stories, so that they can do what Agbati is doing in Arise, so that they can go on their platforms and change stories and propagate lies and misinform people. It is very, very key that the right people give the right information. We should not give them the space whatsoever to disseminate any evil, negative news, any lies. When they do, we go and slam it down with the truth. You know, let me take this Akamu. Oh my God. You know, it is these people. They say we are seeing, we don't have to die and we don't have to go to hell to see the devil. The devils are living amongst us. And like Dele Rotimi said, Dele Faro, oh gosh, yeah, you know the person I'm talking about. He said that, thank God for Tinubu, we are able to know who and who are right. Thank God for that. So now, Mr. Akamu has already shown himself for a long time. Can you imagine somebody that came out because the narrative in 2019 suited the direction that he wanted to sway people? He posted out the truth of what it is to forge a document, the implication. But now, because it does not suit his own narrative, he's going against that and trying to change the narrative. But then again, we have to also acknowledge that he invariably has acknowledged that his master has stolen, has forged a document by saying that, yeah, they got it from a third-party vendor. A third-party vendor? That means we are right all along. It was not the university that gave him. And he's trying to say we should go and that Atiku should go and prove who gave it to him. I mean, go. It is up to Atiku to prove where it was gotten. Tell me this cat and mouse game. So what you can see them doing already, they are litigating this case on social media. This is what happened during PEP. They came and told us that the account that stole the money, that the account that had the money was not Tinubu. The money is not it belongs to the account, not the owner of the account. Can you imagine that? And that is what our judges reeled out as part of their judgment. So now he's telling us that we should, he's putting the burden of proof on Atiku. Meanwhile, Atiku had already proved it because they said they got it from Chicago State University. And Chicago State University have said they do not recognize that certificate. They did not issue it. So what more? Are they trying to send us on a goose chase? Can you see this, man? Anyway, let me go to the Dele Faro Timi. You know what Tinubu is doing and what the cabal around him are doing? They are just playing chess, you know. But in the process of playing chess, like I said earlier, they are exposing people from whom we thought they were. We held them, you know, we thought they are of high moral standing. We saw them as good and positive role models. But now we know, just like I think Give Us Our Mandate said, it is who they have always been. It is who they have always been. So Dele Faro, to me, at least we know in the Nigeria that we are going to enter, we are going to leave him and the showing cars behind, you know. And let me bring our attention to the people that are supposed to be the opposition parties, such as the PDP and Labour Party, who are in House of Reps and the Senate. Now that they have got, there is evidence that, oh, thank you so much, Madam Rita, for that correction. Yeah. Now that there is evidence that Tinubu did not get his certificate from Chicago State University, what are they doing? What are they doing? Are they not supposed to be, are we not supposed to hear them? Are we not supposed to be hearing them to start moving for an impeachment or a cancellation or something? Why are they silent? What made them think they went there to go and eat money and continue as business as usual? They are supposed to go in there and fish this man out. That is the whole reason why they are there. They're supposed to be the opposition, but which it is evidencing that PDP and APC are birds of the same feather. They are all the same coin with different faces, because as far as they are concerned, they are there for their own stomach infrastructure, even though their own principal has been going gung-ho, trying to search the truth, bring the truth out. He's brought the truth out. What are they doing? Sitting down in their own comfort and thinking it is business as usual of eating. I think this is an eye-opener. Like one of the previous callers, panels said, we need to raise our voices against these people. We need to we need to expose them, put the searchlight on them. They should go and work. They're not working. We didn't send them to just sit down and warm the benches there. They should work, you know. And let me talk about gagging the media. You know what he is doing? He's playing God. He's playing God with people. Anybody that gives a different view or anybody that is against him telling the truth, he would gag. Gagging, trying to gag the media. But I found goodness that people like, what's this man's name? That wrote an open letter pushing back, you know, a strong worded letter which is rooted in law, of the fact that it is our fundamental human right to say and speak our mind and not be gagged. I really, really think that this man is the epitome of what we call fascism. And the Gbajue professor is not telling him off, that is the hallmarks of a fascist, that is a fascist behavior. Now, let me bring us to this, the son of the president using the taxpayers' money to fund his personal lifestyle. Because going for polo, while I understand that as a family member, he would have certain privileges. He would have opportunities of flying in should I say Nigerian Air Force or First Airline or whatever they want to whatever it is called, presidential jet. Why would it be that he is using it to travel for his own personal gain? There is no benefit to me, the taxpayer, that he's using the presidential jet to go for his own shenanigans. And I bet you his side chickens will accompany him. And that is going to be on taxpayers' money, on your own money, when people are cringing, are picking coins, picking pennies. That is if they even have or see to feed. I think they are coming across as leeches. They are leeching on this Nigerian system. They are telling us that they came into the system, they came into government with their own money. Then they should spend their own money, use their own jets. Okay. Thank you, Guy Elvis, for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's so sad. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Busy It's good to have you on the panel today. God bless you. Thank you so much. All right. Let me quickly come to Show. Stay with us. Okay, Show. Yeah, you're there. Show, please talk to us. You have 8 minutes. Good evening to you. Thanks for your patience.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis, and good evening to all the listeners. I've listened with keen interest as well, and there's nothing that is sort of new to us from everything we've had. But like most people have said, we have to keep speaking because the people we're dealing with, they won't stop speaking. And the worst part is they are lying, so the lies need to be countered and corrected on the spot. It was great listening to Mr. Croydon. He exposed so much, and this is someone who lives in Chicago, school there himself, is a journalist, so he's more familiar with the institution than most of us are, and he's exposed to school for who they are. They're like an evening school, if you will, riddled with all sort of corruption, and God knows how much will be unearthed if they were to investigate that school. I really worry for him. Because if you're familiar with America, you know that Chicago itself is not the safest place to be in America, with the amount of drive-by shooting, gang-related stuff. I hope they just don't wake up. We don't wake up one day to say it was an accident, it was drive-by, it was mistaken identity, and Mr. Jay Corden has been taken down. I hope and pray is protected, because he's about to reveal so much, not just for Nigeria. You'll be surprised. So many other African leaders might be caught up in this nonsense, because, once one of them does it, then he tells the other one, then he tells the other one. They have their own little clique as well, just the way we talk to our friends, I got a job here, I got a job there. They will talk about their own, criminal enterprise and shenanigans to one another. So you'll be surprised. They might find out so many African leaders, politicians, influential people have gone there and paid, and without even stepping a foot there, maybe got certificates. So I look forward to that, being unearthed if possible. Tinubu is bringing international shame to Nigerians, like we don't have enough on our plate. As individuals, we're great people. Everywhere we go, 8 out of 10 Nigerians will be given rave reviews. People will tell you Nigerians are educated, intelligent people. We break new grounds. We're smart. We're hardworking. Yes, you get the odd one or two lazy ones who would try to ruin it for us. But as individuals, we're respected across the world. But as an entity, as a nation, our name, it's not the greatest. Our passport, as many people attest to, anytime you use your passport, Nigerian passport, and not your second passport, you see what you have to go through. So Tinubu is just adding to that. And I think this is probably part of what he was referring to, or his lawyers were referring to, when they said that, don't release the document, it would bring irreparable damage and all of that. And we're beginning to see such things. I mean, over 3,000 people listened. And I can bet you it wasn't 3,000 Nigerians. There are foreigners. There are, people from Africa, people from the West listening to that space, and to hear such, revelations. It's quite a big shame. Also, some of the things that we've talked about already in terms of the school. I know people get the schools mixed up, and I can't blame people for mixing it up because they have other things to, to think about. But in terms of school, so he said he went to St. Paul's School, Aroloya in Lagos. The school doesn't exist. Apparently, there's a St. John's Primary School in Aroloya. So how can you go to St. John's and you say St. Paul's? If you're having a conversation, you can maybe make a mistake, but when you're filling a form, you don't make such huge mistake when you're completing a form to put St. Paul's when there's a St. John's. That means you didn't attend. Then he said he attended Children's Home School Ibadan, another primary school. Now, I mean, that means he left Lagos as a child and went to Ibadan. I attended Children's Home School myself for a few years, up until the late 80s when I left. And the school at the time, because the last time I was in Nigeria, I realized that Redeemed Church had bought the school, very big school in Ibadan. Redeemed had bought it, so the school doesn't exist anymore. But at the time Tinubu filled his forms and all this was going on, the school existed, and they don't have a record for him. Then he said it progressed Government College, Ibadan. This was in his 1998 form for 1999 election as a governor. Government College were going to host him, then they realized that nobody knows him from any set, so they cancelled it, which means he didn't attend Government College Ibadan. Then this revelation from Chicago is now telling us that, in fact, he claimed to have attended Government College Lagos. He finished in 1970, which means he started in 1965, because in those days it was 5 years. There was no 6334 that we have now, that you spend 6 years in secondary school. So you started in 1965, you finished in 1970. The school didn't come into existence until 1974. So maybe Keyamo is right in the end that Tinubu was schooling from home. So he was attending this Government College Lagos that didn't exist from home. Because how can you graduate from a school that didn't exist? So there are too many inconsistencies. He's very consistent in being inconsistent, if that makes sense. So all these things are being revealed. And to think, a group of people, 200 million plus, that are deemed to be some of the most intelligent people around, have this sort of person. In the UK, what they are discussing sometimes is, this classist mindset is not helping the country, because I think out of the last 10 or 12 prime ministers in the UK, I think only one is not from Oxbridge. Oxbridge is, when they say Oxford and Cambridge, they put the two together. So people are saying, you should let people who are not from Oxford and Cambridge also be prime minister. That's what they're dealing with. Let people from London South Bank, let people from Middlesex, let people from, University of Coventry be prime minister. Don't make it exclusive for Oxbridge. And we are there across the pond, and we are dealing with, did he even go to school? What's his name? What's his age? You understand the level of shame? It's only a matter of time before you start talking to your colleagues and they're asking you, Elvis, you live in the UK. An American will tell you straight. A Caucasian American will tell you, what's going on in your, effed up country? I had this, and that. But in the UK, they won't tell you straight. They will just tell you, I had something faintly. I wasn't too sure. I wasn't paying attention. What's going on in Nigeria? I saw something about Nigeria. They know, but they want you to say it yourself. And they're not confrontational. They don't want to be seen as rude. But they would ask you. It's a matter of time before they start asking us. Now, we'll now have to shalaye. Me, I'll just tell them, me to have not been paying attention. I know they don't listen to Nigeria, so they can't say I had you yesterday. I'll say, me to have not paid attention. I don't know what's going on because I'm not Tinubu spokesperson. So people like Keyamo can go and speak for him. And Keyamo finally has started tweeting about the case. I wasn't expecting FFK to tweet because the subscription has ended. They've used him for the election. They've dumped him. So because he hasn't gotten anything, he hasn't tweeted. He's been tweeting about Israel and Palestinian war going on for the last 2 days. That's all he's been tweeting about. He's not going to speak because they've cut off, the subscription. So Keyamo is speaking now. Keyamo's boys are going to TV station to speak. That one that went there this morning and made a fool of himself. whatever, the SPV guy, made a fool of himself. And that's the unfortunate thing for people like Fela Durotoye, who I don't know personally, but I've met him, a few occasions. Now, let me tell you guys one thing quickly. With Fela Durotoye, now you can see what Seun Kuti said that some people misunderstood when he said, if you get close to Tinubu, you would love him. This is what he was talking about, that people have a price. Most people. You get close to Tinubu, they offer you something, you keep quiet and you accept it. This is what Seun was saying. Seun wasn't saying that Tinubu is a good guy, you need to meet him and you will love him. He's just saying that knowing Nigerians, all of you that will talk. But let's even clear something. Let me clear you guys of something. When people are saying they're disappointed in Fela Durotoye, it's like I said, it's someone I've met, a few times. But why are you disappointed? Since Fela ran in 2019, they had that third force in 2019 when Showore said they left. He knew that they were bought and it wasn't going to be part of third force and all of that. And Fela Durotoye came up as the winner of the third force primaries. Since he lost, what role has he played for you to take him serious, to think he actually cares about his ambition and about Nigeria? What has he done to convince you since 2019 to think Fela is the real deal, that you are disappointed that he's done this? That's number one. And number two, let me give you guys an assignment to let you know that this thing that Fela got is not actually for Fela per se. Go and find out what church Fela Durotoye goes to. Go and find out who his pastor is. Then you will know that this was given to Fela not directly. Somebody spoke and said, I want this, but I can't take it myself. Give it to this guy. He's one of my top guys. Let me give you a hint. Fela's pastor is a Muslim man. He carries
Your
Muslim.
time is up, sir.
Okay, no problem. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, you come back on the second.
No worries.
Calling.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. All right. Let me call on. Okay, I think we lost somebody that I wanted to call on. David is gone. Okay, sad. Okay, let me call on Engineer Francis. Engineer Francis, thank you very much, sir. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. You have 8 minutes.
Good evening and good evening, listeners. Good evening, panelists, and good evening, guys in the comment section. First, let me appeal to you, Nigerian Supreme Court. This case before you, I'm quite sure you now know that it is beyond the shores of Nigeria. So let the Nigerian judiciary be wise. And how wise can you be? Let me give you an idea of what is coming. Chicago State University in 1977 got application from a lady from Southwest College. And when that lady was admitted, it was a 2-year program. Of course, you know that you cannot go from freshman to senior in 2 years. But she was admitted based on the fact that she carried some credits from Southwest College. In other words, associate degree from Southwest College brings it down to 2 years. So she goes in. That's one. Then another student, Bola Tinubu, goes in the same year, applies the same the same CSU, but somehow with documents from Lagos Government College, which means that second applicant did not come with associate degree. In that case, that would have been a 4-year program. But somehow, Chicago State University did their own abracadabra, and it became one person. And then it became a combination of transcript from Southwest College and from Government College in Lagos. The point or the question, I'm quite sure you guys are not dummies in the court there. What happened? Did this man at that stage pay somebody to do something? And all of a sudden, letter of admission says Mr. No longer Miss. Bola Tinubu from Southwest College is now Mr. And from that point on, Miss Bola Tinubu from Southwest College disappeared. But we have her social security number, and it is still Tinubu, Bola Tinubu, female. Now, let's go down. When this axe fell from Atiku, what he wanted to know was about the diploma. And there was something that happened before Atiku that you guys in the courts in Nigeria should pay attention, because that is where the feds are concentrating here now. Before Atiku, there was a subpoena from Enahoreva to CSU. And the CSU staffer, the legal guy, sent them a certified copy. Now, that certified copy of the diploma they sent has one signature that stands out, and that's Elnora Daniel. This thing was happening last year. Now, let me show you guys where you should be wise. Elnora Daniels served as the CSU president from 1998. Her tenure was 10 years to 2008. Her whole encounter or activity at the CSU president was 98 to 2008. In other words, she was not there in 79, which is 19 years before she came. That was when Bola supposedly graduated. So that's 19 years before she became the CSU president. Okay. Now, let's say that when Enahoreba subpoenaed the document, that the CSU policy is that it's the president at that time that will sign the diploma. Guess what? By 2002, Elnora Daniels is no longer, she was no longer the CSU president.
Not 22.
Yeah. So what the point now is, she served her 10 years between 98 and 2008 and left. So anything that happened in 2009, 2010, 11, all the way to 22 should not have her signature because she was no longer there. Did Bola Tinubu, through that his guy or point guy, which was the point guy that sent in that certified document, that sent a Nauru that certified document, did somebody pay somebody? That's the question you guys in the Nigerian court will ask yourselves. Because if you get this thing wrong, when the chips start falling, you will find yourself in a bad mess. Because that Nora Daniels, that guy, is it ORR, that did all those shenanigans, that is no longer with them now? I heard Jay Coyden saying that, yeah, that he's somebody they would like to know, see also. They are all in serious question. Now, the only thing I will also say along with this is I'm quite sure that Bola Tinubu went to Chicago. Instead of going to school to learn, he went to the wherever Al Capone, because Al Capone was from Chicago too. He went and studied Al Capone and graduated in Al Capone. And now he's trying to Capone the whole world. And I wish to use this opportunity to say something. You see, Elnora Daniels and that or of a guy, I am not sure that they are very safe now. Let me say this, if there's anybody in the feds listening, you guys might want to maybe give them some protection, because if they open their mouth, what will happen may not be very tasty. And as a
All right.
matter of fact, they will be in danger from this Bola Tinubu of a guy. So
thank you,
Mr. Chiefs. Can I interrupt you, Mr. Elvis? Okay. I
Okay,
just
yeah,
want to add, that even that certificate by Enauru Eba, the what you just said now, the Atiku lawyer cornered him there, and he quickly said that they have certificates on file, which means that the one you gave to Enauru, he said they have it. It's already there. It's not that they went to. After all, Enauru cannot request for a replacement. The one they gave to Enauru is already there. They have it. So even the signature on that one does not even match, because it was not done in 1979. So at what point was that Enauru certificate printed or requested?
all right.
So the one they gave to Enauru also was just a patch up too. So that's why
All right.
CSU is in big trouble. Thanks.
Okay.
in fact, this
It's
might
already obvious
spell
that
the end of
CSU.
CSU. This might
All
spell
right,
the end
let's
of
move on.
CSU, believe me.
To be
Go ahead.
honest, CSU is obvious that CSU is part of this whole problem. You know. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Madam Ame Bright, are you there?
Oh, yes, so Mr. Elvis, I'm here.
Thank you, man. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. You have 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Elvis. I will still continue to be appreciating your effort, for your consistency, for coming every day to stand and be resisting all this talk, all these
Thank you.
difficulties they are giving to us. I appreciate you for that power, for that strength you have. I thank you. My greetings to all my panelists, all people in the panel. I greet all of you now. I could listen right from the time I think Rita was the one who started talking. Sister Patricia was not around. I could say my sister Rita have said it all. He said it all. So talking about Tinubu saga, it will never be forgotten. It will never. It will ever remain in our memory, and it will be in history. They should forget whatever they are doing. All his gang, those supporting him, they should just forget that. What do we expect from them? First of all, let me say, extend my condolence to the lady the late lady I would like to say by with his 2 children. You know, I have to extend my condolence to them. And I pray that with the justice for them to arrest the people involved, it might little bit calm them down. Not one will not forget. They have lost 3 souls there, twins with a woman, 3 souls. It is very difficult to forget, but at least to calm them down. But I never believe on our people, on our lawyer, on our whatever judge they must have made, whether justice or not. With time, they will still free them, because they've done that to Abakari. They freed him. That policeman that was involved with this young drug man outside, which Tinubu have been using. A lot of them that are involved in drugs, they have been Tinubu workers. And they're able to free Abakari. And all those Fulani men that have been buying a lot of people, they free them and even compensate them. So there's nothing they cannot do. There's no law in that country. I never blame them. What do we expect when Tinubu is traveling on around with private presidential jet? You could see what Tinubu can do. He's desperate to be a president of Nigeria. when he never want to be a gate man of any small Nigerians. Tinubu, I'm referring to Tinubu now. It's not up to be a gate man of any one Nigeria at home, not talk of a president. You could see they are using the opportunity to be driving, despite what is going on all around about their father's saga. There's no shame in them, plus their wife and children. They are now using the opportunity to be using our presidential jet when their father's saga is everywhere. Disgrace on them, shame on them. What I will say again, I will say Tinubu. We said that Tinubu is sick in Aso Rock. Anyway, he might be sick. Oh, I'm not doubting it. But don't let us be worried. He's still going to use our money for treatment. He can order for any European doctor that will be taking care of him to come and be taking care of him there without moving, using the money that never swear for. No problem. He will do that. But he shouldn't forget God is living. God will judge him. For him to be employing more people, Tinubu want to get more wings in his cabinet, those that will help him. Because you know that most of them are hungry. They are anxious to have position. They will be happy if he employ them. And they know maybe if he survive, they are also there. They will never want him. They will support him now. Because say their own nyash is there. Their own secret is there, which has not proved out. That they know when we are able to push out Tinubu, their nyash will also open. So they will be there to support Tinubu. They will never support us. So that is the reason why Tinubu is employing everybody here and there. And I wonder why CSU, why the Nigerians in America, USA there, why are they not coming out to talk about this, to attack this university or write any petition against them? They should do something because they are dragging Nigerian name already in mud. I see people now suffering in Europe. See what they are doing in Italy. They are now asking everybody that is coming in now, people that have struggled through water to come in, for them to be paying 5,000 euro before they could do something. That 5,000 euro, not that is going to free them, just for not them to allow them to go to deportation camp, and before they come and appeal. And it is not sure that even if they appeal, they will be free. They will still send them home. Even they will even take that 5,000 to deport them back home if care is not taken. That is Europe for you. There's nothing they cannot do. We are all suffering here. See what they are doing to nurses. They are now trying to be checking nurses' qualification here in Europe and other this. They will never trust us again. We are suffering this in Europe. How do we do this? I didn't when I came when Rita entered, and I didn't follow what you presented before. I just follow what you people are saying. I'm happy that one of our persons here, one of the panelists, somebody asked for links. Then I was able to struggle myself in. No, Mr. Elvis, I thank you. I don't really know. That is what I gathered with all what you people are saying, and that is also my own point. We should now.
Thank
We
you.
don't know what to do. All those people supporting them. Dele Momodu, are they not Yoruba? Dele Farotim, is it not Yoruba? Abasajo, is it not Yoruba? There are many people. Why are they thinking that it is hatred? Or we don't like Tinubu? Why are they thinking that way? These are our people. These are our elders. These are our pastors. What are they up to? Are they not saying things very open? What do we have to explain again about education that they do not understand? Starting from secondary school up to Chicago certificate. How do they want us to describe all this before they will understand us? Look at this man who's they called Jesu Itag. Why he was even when they were questioning him at Right TV. See what that lawyer he see what he was saying. Try to still defend this open, clear explanation of what is going on. How do they want us to explain it again? If they can turn 25% Abuja secretary to something as the tribunal, what can they not do? Eh? They want to see that
All
you
right.
see people are crying everywhere and they don't want to
Thank
do
you.
anything. Thank you, my brother. Let me now stop
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you. My greetings to
Thank you,
all of
Madam.
my people that have commented.
Thank you.
I thank you all. I appreciate you. Thank you.
God bless you, ma. Thank you so much. Thank you for your submission. All right, my people, everybody have contributed on this segment. So we're going to have a final submission right now. Before that, please, I want you guys to press on the like button. we currently have 485. If we can take that one to 500 before we round up, that would be nice. Press on the like button, my people. Appreciate you all. On this finance segment, we're only going to have for 4 minutes, please. For 4 minutes for a final submission. And everybody, please stay within your minutes if you can. God bless you all. Okay, I would like to call on the first person on the panel, which is give us a mandate. Give us a mandate, my brother. Thanks for your long patience. Anybody that I corner is not available, that's fine. I'll just move on to the next person. Thank you. Give us a mandate. Please talk to us. 4 minutes, final submission.
Well, thank you very much for the time today. Well, quickly speaking on Dele, is it Fela Duro Toyi, or what is it called? Well, nothing for Nigerians to be surprised about. This just shows to you that as much as the country is corrupt, so also the people in there are corrupt, because you cannot stand for integrity and then go and soil your hand with dishonest people. Light and darkness cannot run together. But you know what? The reason why they are doing this, they know he has an influence, so they are trying to get people that have influence to do their bidding. And I think Olisa Obakoba also is saying some things. But you know, I think the Lefaroti me actually put everything in perspective. Some men that you think would have died would have probably died and then go to their grave in honor. It's just been revealed to us now that they are not people that you should honor. So that's what is playing out. Because, well, I don't even, for instance, follow or know who Fela Duroto is before. Although I know him I know him, but I don't follow him. I don't care about. I mean, people like I don't know. But it's just so sad that people can set their conscience for just some grain of corns, and then going to Sunday Igboho. All of this is political. You may say maybe Sunday Igboho is in Benin Republic, but whether Benin Republic or Nigeria, what stops you from releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu when the court in Nigeria, the Supreme Court, which is the apex court, has said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not offend the federal government, did not have any federal government have any nothing on him. So what is your problem from releasing Nnamdi Kanu? Is the same thing that Nnamdi Kanu did, the same thing that I think Sonny may have even done worse than Nnamdi Kanu. So why are you not releasing him? Why? It just shows you the wickedness of men and the nonsense tribal card they are trying to play. But if you look at the men that I mentioned also, I think that script may have also been prepared for him to even read. All of a sudden now you can bring it. I mean, I don't know the names of someone like the professor of rice and beans, like Madam Rita name him here. But you know, these are just political card they are trying to play. If it is good to release Sunday Igboho, go ahead and release Nnamdi Kanu. But that being said, the main thing here, the main reason why we are here is the fact that Tinubu Amoda Shongolere did not win the election. He's a forger, he's a liar, he's a perjurer. Everything that you can think about, Tinubu has it. He lied on the oath, he forged certificate, he lied on his birthday on his birth certificate. Supreme Court, I don't know how you're going to decide the case, but Tinubu should be disqualified now and now. Should be disqualified. For the police officer that they said he's been sentenced to buy by hanging. Hopefully, justice is seen to the end, because like we know, the Clifford Orgy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just end it there. Have a good evening, everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow.
God bless you, my brother. Thanks for all you do. I appreciate you always. Thank you so much. All right, let me come to Frank, Mr. Frank Emmanuel. If you're there, your final submission, 4 minutes, sir.
All right, Miss Davis, thank you again for the opportunity, to submit and, just speak on what we've been talking all this while. I just want to draw attention to especially the obedience. It is assumed, or it is the way I'm saying is like all attention, everybody is taken over being taken over by this certificate saga. Let's not still forget, let's not lose track that we have good case at Supreme Court to make sure that, I'm talking about the obedience, to make sure that we reclaim our mandate. Is right now it is assumed that everybody's mind is diverted and now focus on certificate only. We have good case with respect to the election. We have the evidences that have been thrown off by the petition tribunal, that they didn't even bother looking at it. They didn't even bother scrutinizing to see what we have brought to the house to see, to know that really this election was rigged, and also to know that the Labour Party won the election. So let's not lose focus. Let's also have that at the back of our mind, because this everywhere now just certificate. Let's remain focused on what we are pushing at Supreme Court. Otherwise, before you know it, this can affect our mind, can affect the obedience, and before you know it, our mandate is not being swindled. So please, let's keep that in mind. And to the CJN, let me say this: the very day you sworn in this aberration, this Agbado into office on the May 29th, he called his name Mr. Tinubu, Ahmed Tinubu. He didn't say Mr. Ahmed Adekunle Tinubu. There was no Adekunle in what he was sworn into an office. So anything he's trying to adjust at this point, well, it's up to you, the CJN, to see that it's written, it's clear that this guy is a forger. May wasn't too far from today. Just 3 months or 4 months back that you sworn in him, and now he's trying to now answer a different name. Please, that calls for questioning. If you sworn in John into power, let him remain John. Not from John to Jude or to James. No, that is not acceptable. That's deception. So let's also have that at the back of our mind. CJ, the person you sworn in is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and he's sworn in on an oath. So if today is answering Ahmed, is answering Bola Ahmed Adekunle, then he's not meant to be there. Please, let's watch out on what these guys are doing. They will not succeed. All our eyes is on Supreme Court. We know by the grace of God, this man will get out of that office. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
All right. Thank you very much, F. Emmanuel. God bless you, sir. I think that's a very strong point from you there, because I never look at it in that angle. Yes, CJN swore Bola Ahmed Tinubu in, right? Now, their Wikipedia, they have changed it from Ahmed now to Adekule, right? Okay. Let me see what they have there right now, because people be talking
No,
about it.
they've just added Adekunle to it. They left Ahmed, but they've added Adekunle. So it's now Bola Ahmed Adekunle Tinubu.
Then that's not the president that was sworn in on the May 29th.
I know. No, I'm just saying what they have on Wikipedia now, the amendment they made.
No. Yes, no. Show is very right. He's not arguing. He's just saying that Now, before it was just Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now they've added that Chief Bola Ahmed Adekule Tinubu. Now, according to Efimano, that your submission is strong. Because we never see from that angle. CJN, how will the Chief Justice of Nigeria explain this? I don't know. If these guys want to do the right thing to save Nigeria, they don't want to add nepotism or favoritism to this. There's every loopholes to do the right thing. But the way it's going, my people, will they do the right thing is another question. Because in a country that works by now, Tinubu not supposed to be in power anymore by now in a country that works.
Okay,
Yes,
Elvis, you can see that they've got no regard for the rule of law. They really
Exactly.
are meaning to grab it, steal it, and run away with it. That is the mantra, and it is going to go through even in the Supreme Court. That is their intention. Because you can see they are already litigating it. They are already trying to tell us to go and look for the third party vendor. And that is what they will do. They don't care how they come across or how they look. These people are not normal. They are not
Madam
human
Busy,
beings.
just continue. Give us your final submission. Just since we have the opportunity now.
Okay, okay, Mr. Davis, Madam Busy, just a second, please. Before let me just take you. See, I was just thinking. If you look at this thing critically, if you go to all the corporate offices now in Nigeria, you find out that the picture of Ahmed Bola Tinubu is in all the offices, which is a normal thing, right? And you and I know very well that in Nigeria, if you want to change your name, you have to first of all go to court and sign an affidavit of change of name, and that will be you go to newspaper publication, to
all
allow
the picture
the
you are even
public
talking about. All the picture in their various offices now have Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They don't have Adekule in their pictures.
Exactly. So what are we going to do about that? How do we just suppose that?
Anyway, let's move on. We are working with time now. Madam Busybreak, go ahead, please. 4 minutes, final submission, please. Look at your time, please. Let me put on the screen.
There is no shame. These people are shameless. There's no show of shame. Look at how brazenly and blatantly they are going around with the cheating, shifting the goalpost. They stole, they've caught them, but they are still trying to clean their mouth in our presence, telling us they did not carry the meat. Meanwhile, there is meat still in their mouth. So they don't care. They are just demonic. As long as they get away with it, that is the end of it. But this is the time and the era that is different from any time and any era, where they will not get away with it. We are going to hold them by their legs, move our hands to their brocos, and then down up to their neck, where we will hold them there and hold them tight. They are not taking our mandate. We are going to get it back. This is the season and an era where the will of the people will not kowtow to a few demonic cabals. We refuse it in every sense of the word. My spirit and everything about me rejects it strongly, not just small. I strongly reject it. The way I am vibrating with my rejection, I reject it, and that is how we should carry it on, and everybody should feel it that way and be propelled to act in either your speech, talk, do something, kick against the current narrative that they are trying to perpetrate. They don't have the numbers. We have the numbers. Number one, they have to pay people to go and propagate. We don't need to be paid to propagate. On our own, we are spreading the gospel that they stole the mandate, that Obi is the rightful owner of that presidency. Look at, can you imagine? In the midst of all the brouhaha, they are going to insert an Adekunle in a public profile that has been there for a long time. They don't even care that the footprints, the online footprints, it leaves a date and a time of when the update took place. Can you imagine? Can you see how they don't care? These people are not normal. They are not normal. So they do not need to be dealt with as normal people. We cannot reason with people that are not normal. Tell me you are going to go and reason with a mad person. How will they understand you? You have to deal with them with the kind of language that they know. Flog the bastards out of that power. Flog them out of the seats that they are sitting. They do not deserve it. They don't own it. We say no. We say no. We might not have the power, the physical, the ammunition. We have the might. We have the power on our side, but it is the courage that we lack. We need to go out with courage. We need to have courage. We need to believe in the fact that enough is enough. Their time is up. They cannot continue. Their time is really up. Their time, I repeat, it is up. It is now or never. There is no backing down. This is not the time to say, okay, let us just wait and see how let us act. I am calling right now as a strategy. Let us bombard all those on Western, those with big platforms in the Western media, the politicians. Let us bombard them and put the searchlight on this thief and let them know that it is something sacrilegious is happening in Nigeria. We need to call them out. We need to let them know what is happening in their own backyard. Involve them in the mess and let them know that they are the ones that are perpetrating the evil back in our own country. They should voice it out. They should call out. They should call out. People like Christina Mampo, people like Tucker Carlson, people like even their politicians, even the Donald Trump. If we tag Donald, as much as you hate him, amplify it, he will look at it and make a that is one line. His one line will make the Biden act because he will not want somebody like Donald Trump to be over him. Anyway, I rest my case.
Thank you, Madam Busy Breeze. Thanks for the fire always. All right. Let me quickly move on to Mr. Jonathan Kisley. Thank you, sir. Please, your final submission, 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. You see, quickly, I'll just quickly dwell on the Supreme Court in Nigeria. See, by now they should know, because I believe they do, because they are learned. They call them learned. And if they are learned, then they should know that this is not just only in Nigeria now. This is not just a Nigerian case. This is all over the world. The decision that they make at the end of the day, if they make the wrong decision, is going to backfire on them, because this is going nowhere. There will still be the truth the real truth will come out. And that real truth will be contrary to whatever decision they have, they will come up with. If they do make the wrong decision, they come up with the wrong judgment. So now they should step and they should act carefully on this matter. Because all evidences point to the fact that in a normal climate, this man should not be the president of Nigeria now. Even the discrepancies alone that are on the document that we have now, publicly available now, is enough for you to make the right decision. Because if they want to go by law, that it is not fully proved beyond reasonable doubt, the evidence, the discrepancies alone, you should know that at the end of the day, if they make the wrong decision, this thing will come back to bite them. The certificate and the Supreme Court, see, we must focus on the certificate. I know, my brother, made a very good point with respect to the name change and the name that Tinubu was sworn in. The other side of it that I just want to slightly, take a different position is that the certificate matter is intricately connected to the court case. It's connected. You can't separate the two. Emphasis must be placed on this certificate matter, side by side with the court case. It is very, very important. We cannot take our eyes off it, this certificate matter. The certificate matter the court issue. As a matter of fact, if not for the fact that there is a court case, if everything is just normal, Tinubu is the president, no petition, no case in court, and then this certificate issue comes out. You don't need a court in the first place to bring finality to this kind of a matter. You don't need it. It is the institution, they come out and the evidences point out to the fact that this man is a forger. That certificate did not emanate from that school. So you don't even, it is not, you should not even be talking about Supreme Court bringing finality to certificate issue. It shouldn't be so. So it's just the fact that the timing of it and the type of man that we're dealing with. And I will just take this last minute or so that I have to emphasize the point also made by the last speakers, because it is important. I think it is important, and I will kind of let it override what I wanted to say. The issue of the game. These people are not normal people. They are not playing the game. It's not a normal game. And you don't play the game with them. If you play it in a normal way with them, you cannot win. And that is the reason why our focus must not shift at all. We must focus on this. I don't know how to emphasize it. We must focus on this. But that's the only thing that we have. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Thanks to everyone. I really appreciate the time. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. God bless you, sir. Thank you. All right, Show, please talk to us at 4 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you once again. So, what I was saying before my time was up the last time was that Fela Drotoye is, he's one of Polade Farasin's guys in their church. So, when Polade Farasin was preaching that Saul will come before David and all of that, maybe this is Polade Farasin's compensation or his reward. And of course, he won't take it himself. He will have to pass it on to one of his main guys. So they would all benefit one way or the other. Fela Drotoye he's somebody I know, but he's not somebody I was expecting anything from. So people need to manage the expectations of all these motivational speakers. Also, to move on quickly, Elvis, I don't know if you want to check the news. I'm seeing reports that Gowon is not dead. So we're not sure which is which. So maybe you want to put that out there to say, unconfirmed report or whatever. But I'm seeing reports that Gowon is still alive.
I'll reconfirm.
Yeah, all right. Yep. So just to touch up on the Tinubu son flying the Nigerian Air Force One, I don't know what it's called. It's just one of those things that we feared would happen. It's one of the reasons why someone like myself wanted Peter Obi, because it would cut down on things like that. He's a man that has conquered greed. He's a man that has conquered, is satisfied his appetite. The Tinubus are not broke, like Remi Tinubu said. She was right when she said it. They're not broke, but the greedy man is never satisfied. The thief will never think of what is stolen. It's always about the one that hasn't stolen. So it's not like Tinubu's children didn't have access to private jet or anything, couldn't travel on their own, but they just want more. So traveling on a national carrier like that, a presidential jet to watch polo, like someone said, of what benefit is it to the country? But already we're dealing with mad people. On Twitter, there were people defending it and saying that Abacha's son actually, when he went to buy Suya in Kano, he died on one of, our presidential jets. They are saying that Buhari's children flew the our presidential jet. So they always compare our situation to the worst possible scenario. The worst examples. That's what they would always compare it to. They will never compare it to a country where the president's children don't use the country's plane for pleasure. They would find the worst. So they're already comparing it. There are people defending them on this already. So that's why I join my voice with those who are saying that the people we're dealing with, they are honestly, they are the worst of the worst. So we have to remain vocal. I know people often get tired. Some people say you just talk. Yes, some of us will talk. Some people will take action. But let's not stop talking, because these people will be out there with their propaganda. So we need to be online as well, speaking out loud, reminding people, sensitizing people, letting people know what's going on, because not everybody have the time to go through Twitter, to go through YouTube to see what's going on. So some of us will keep speaking and letting people know what is actually going on in the country. Another thing I'm going to touch on quickly, just 1 second before I finish. Yes, some of the influencers. There's a particular one who lives in the UK. I won't give him the unnecessary publicity, but he lives in the UK. Parades himself as an academia. This particular guy was on Kemi Adeosun's case when NYC certificate came up at the time. The former minister of finance. He was saying that it's a collective insult on Nigeria and Nigerians that Kemi Adeosun, Minister for Finance, hasn't said a word on the allegation of NYC certificate forgery after 1 month. Where's the integrity? Where's the accountability? Where's the regard for respect and respect for citizens? Now, this same guy has not called Tinubu to speak out. You are holding the Minister for Finance to a higher standard. This same guy was on Twitter for like a week, going after Mesoma when she forged what she forged, and she was rightly condemned. But this guy, they get ere on top this young girl matter. But the president has done similar, at least accused of similar. He hasn't spoken, but you are quiet. When you're holding an 18-year-old to a higher standard than the president, we are dealing with lunatics. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, this evening now, all mainstream media have just posted it everywhere. Look, like I said, the thing are fed and not be small everywhere. Let's take this one together quickly, my people. That Gowon is still alive, is not dead. And although 9/8 can't talk him, so I'm surprised that all the media platform, including channels, all of them just posted it this evening, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes ago. All right, that is what we have right now. Breaking news. I'm still around. Yakubu Gowon dispersed death rumor. Okay, former head of state General Yakubu Gowon has denied rumors making the round that he died on Monday. Daily Post report that the death rumor is currently trending on all social media platforms, but his personal media aide, Adeyeye E. Ajayi, said in a text statement on Monday night, which is this night, so that the former military leader is not dead. Okay, according to Adeyeye Gowon, I'm still around and well. I'm not in a hurry. Okay, so may so rest. May you still live long, with good health. Thank you very much, my people. But meanwhile, let me go to Engineer Francis. Please, 4 minutes. Talk to us. Final submission.
Thank you. Well, thank God that Gowan is still here to see the rest of this. You see, when Tinubu's son travels officially on the presidential jet, and he is not going on an official duty for the presidency, that is ground for impeachment if he were to be seated there as the president. So I hope you guys know that taking the country's whatever and using it as your own personal whatever is grounds for impeachment. Even Donald Trump, that everybody said was the king of nepotism, he dared not let Ivanka or Junior travel on Air Force One. So I don't know what Nigeria is even doing by trying to equate it to whatever presidents in the past. This is the current. Peter Obi has opened our eyes. We know what accountability is now. And we know that those people up there are not supposed to be using our things without our express permission. So if Peter Obi hasn't done anything, he has opened our eyes. And you guys, Bola, Tinubu, and your children, you guys better know that it's not going to be that easy. Then let me get back to the court. Nigerian courts, you guys have a very good opportunity actually to be very wise and show judicial wisdom. And you guys also have a very good opportunity to shoot yourself in the foot. If you want to just be going gung ho with this man, that everything he touches messes up. He touched Chicago State University. Now, Chicago State University is in a deep crisis management and damage control mode from Tinubu. He cannot go anywhere and do things the straight way. He must have to look for under the table kind of shady deals. Even things he could easily get. Yes, he says he attended a CSU. At least, I'm quite sure that a document showing that he attended CSU, whether he graduated or not, that document is enough to satisfy that school cert or equivalent in the Constitution. And that's an easy thing for him to have done. Trying to go up there, and now he's messed up. And in the middle of the whole thing, he is still going to add Dekunle as one of his names. Is this man born an identity thief? He cannot do anything straight. He impersonates, he steals identities, he does forgery. Oh boy, it's a shame. It's a shame. It's really a shame. I'm sorry. Thank you, guys.
Engineer Francis, yes, it's a big shame. I just saw what my person wrote there, Atlantic. He said, with all the educated people we have in the US, how sad. And it's very sad. We have lots of, educated Nigerians in the US. I don't really know what many of you are doing. I'm sorry if you live in the US, you are part of it. Because it looks like
Mr. Elvis,
you guys are not doing.
Mr. Elvis, please,
Yes, sir.
can I just say just one word, please?
Go ahead, sir.
Just one.
Go ahead.
You see, Nigerians, they said it, an average Nigerian have a price. And when you see an educated Nigerian that wants to lie, the first thing they will do, if you give them the opportunity or a platform, they will start outlining their educational background. I've been to this school, I've been to that school, I've been to Harvard, I've been to this, as if the people that are listening to him or her, they are dumb and they don't even go to school at all. It's only laying the foundation to start lying. So that when they start lying, instead of you looking at the lies, you'll be looking at those educational stuff that he has paraded. Because I don't see any reason why somebody, a law Harvard graduate, for crying out loud, that Mr. Afolabi, Oluwole Afolabi, who said is a law professor in New York, in the state of New York, for crying out loud, coming out and defending this. And when you bring them to any platform, the first thing they will do, they will start outlining whatever educational background that they have, as if that is a prerequisite for you to be righteous or what. And they will turn around and start lying. That's what you do. Whenever you see them on any platform, you see them parading that, this man has come to lie. You don't need to tell us. It is we will know you. By the time you are talking, we will know what you carry. We will know you. It is not by what you say. It is what comes out of you. We will know. That's what they do. So it's just unfortunate. And these are the people all over the place in Nigeria now, parading themselves. Educated people. This is just baffling to me. I never believed that Nigeria would get to a stage like this. Thanks.
Yeah, nobody believe it. Although I know this will always happen because the same people have been in power since God knows when. So they're only been recycling themselves and doing whatever they like. This is the first time that, they are finding it difficult to just get through easily. So let's just continue to speak. Let me call on Madam Bright. Please talk to us, man. Your final submission, 4 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Everest. I really say appreciate again. To support most of our brothers that have just spoken, somebody like our brother give us our mandate. I'm also asking the same question he's asking. So for them, friends to Sunday Igboho, okay, I'm not against this, it's good. I'm still asking that question. What has Igbo people done to them? What is see delaying Umnadi Kanu? It's the same question I'm asking. Because all allegations they put to him, as many as they are, he went through, he's free, and they are still delaying him. What has Igbo people done to them? What do they want from the Igbo people? And again, my other brother who said that we should focus our mind on what we are here for. Really, it is a real point. Otherwise, they will divert our attention away from what we are really there for. While we are fighting for one, they are still working on the ground to bring another one. Before we fight, they get everything. We are here for Peter Obi, and an Igbo man must rule by all means. We this only Igbo man that we've seen that is very clean. Obi, we are all for him. No re-election. We are no re-election again. We are going to Obi is the president. He has won. We should stay there and fight for him. But this our CGN, we always call him Chairman Rowolo, Mr. Rowolo. I mentioned his name. And this Shakubu, which Tinubu have ordered to go on, that nothing will happen to them. If they put him in, he can handle the rest. That is why he's carrying a lot of millions of lawyers. They are all joining heads together to plan one thing after the other, so that they will continue, Tinubu will continue staying there as a president. See them now going to change Tinubu name to be Adekule again. Then they now can now come with another means again to escape. It's another point about brother. We should pay attention. We should also pay attention with all tricks they are coming up with. We should pay attention. Another thing we should not forget at all, which is still on ground. Tinubu replaced, helped Buhari to enter position, and Buhari is also helping him now. And Tinubu is also helping them to Islamize us. We should not forget about them trying to Islamize Nigerians. That's why we should not forget. Whatever we are fighting, we should put most of these things into our head and don't forget about it. That is my own. Thank you, Mr. Elvis. I've finished. Thank you. Do I still have to
All
continue?
right. No,
Anyway,
thank you,
I'm happy
madam.
that Go One is still alive. I thank God. Happy
Thank
about
you.
that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mm,
Yes,
yeah.
it's a good thing. We give thanks to God for that. May God give him more long life and good health. All right, my people, we've come to the end of this broadcast. I appreciate every one of you that joined us today. May God bless every one of you right there. Thank you so much for your time. I would like to appreciate those of you that are still here with me on the panel. Give us a mandate, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, F. Emmanuel. I appreciate you, sir. Mr. Jonathan Kingsley, Madam Busy Breeze, Engineer Francis. I appreciate every one of you, Madam Ahmed Bright. You guys are doing excellently well. I appreciate you all. Thanks for the support. For those of you that supported me today, JTD, Dr. Elizabeth Gomez, thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Peggy Modi, thank you. Your seven girl Mede. Patricia Osariti Enofe, thank you. Now God bless you, now my people. Press on the like button before you leave. Those of you on the comment section, and some of you try calling in late this time, but it's too late. So we can talk, pick your calls tomorrow. But although I pick one or two calls earlier on, thank you very much. You know, it's not easy here to please everybody, but always know that if you not work today, go work tomorrow. Let's continue to manage ourselves. Appreciate you all. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy, for all you do for us. We appreciate you always, always, always. Thank you very much, Michael and Amaro Shosho is right there with us. Thanks for coming to the panel today. Your submission was wonderful as well. Obi Amayui, thanks very much. I can see you right there. Thank you, Michael and Amaro, once again. And I can see Atlantic. Thank you. Ishola, thank you very much. God bless you, all my people. Eunice, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Tammy, I can see you as well. Glory, I can see you. And God bless all of you. Like I said, we've come to the end of this broadcast. Endeavor to join us again tomorrow by 6 p.m. Except there's a breaking news, from Aso Rock. Then we'll be out anytime. If not, we're going to come out in normal scheduled time, 6 p.m. We're going to be here. By the special grace of Almighty God. My people, we're going to have a good night. And bye for now. And God bless you.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh. Go there, biza. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan akànbí. I no dey do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh. I go show you love, oh. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. But I no dey do competition with anybody. Forgive me, show me love, oh, I go show you love, eh. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. I don't dey do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh, I go show you love, oh. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. No, they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Oh, tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí o, ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí. Alákọ̀bí Sábà Mẹ́la. Anybody? Any bobo. Anybody? Mo ló ń fọlú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti kíníṣí. Délé mo ló ń fọlú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé ó dé.